Yes, we are on YouTube.
All right. I threw it out to G-Chat that we were going to start this off here soon.
Yep.
Oh,
Give me a
shit.
second. If you pull up the chat window here on the side. Whoa, hey, dude.
What's up, man?
I got a link to the chat here. Switch, yada, yada, yada. So I'm down to just one screen right now. So if any of y'all are a little more easy to work with and want to throw that in G-Chat and everything, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
What do we talk about? Is this just basically Salt Mine Live?
Yeah.
This is one of the many channels that we don't speak about live.
I was going to say, we might not want to talk about that.
All right.
So,
all right. Redacted.
Redacted.
Yeah, redacted, censored, and I mean, if we go Stalin and not Lenin, just removed from the picture completely.
Yes.
I mean, we all saw what happened to Trotsky, right?
Oh, jeez. I mean, who?
Precisely. Precisely.
I just deleted something in my recycle bin, and oh my goodness, I'm counting down. I got 10 gigs I just deleted. Sorry, random. Just random. So, link us. Actually, Doc, we'll let you do the link in G-Chat because you got your own good link for your.
All right. So.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Somebody fired up a Hellcat next to me.
Nice. Sounds good.
All right, so we have literally no viewers right now, so it's just us. But I just put it in Voron or in G-Chat, so we will see what. Oh, wait, we've got 2 viewers now.
See, doesn't take long.
No, it doesn't.
I only hit up people that were online because I was like, do I want to tell 700 people?
No, no, not at all, my friend.
200 is good. 200 is good.
Yeah, let me see if I can pop open the YouTube studio and everything. So I think the chat's only viewable by us. So yeah, this is Voron Live. We're just going to talk about whatever. If you have questions or anything, put them in chat and we will answer them the best we can. But yeah. Sorry, I'm sitting here. Does anyone else have YouTube up so they can see the chat window while I pull that side up?
I was just going to ask, are we going to use YouTube chat?
Yeah, I would prefer to use just YouTube chat just because it's somewhere I can keep an eye on, I think. But I could be horribly wrong with that. Yes, this is live streaming as we speak.
Oh, Jesus.
So,
no pressure.
The lag that we're getting from the stream to the YouTube to for me is about 20-30 seconds, FYI.
All right, sounds good. I guess for the sake of posterity's sake, want to go around and do introductions?
Sure. Take it off.
So I am Doc Jeeves on Discord, and one of the mods there. Real name's Adam, and I got into 3D printing honestly because I got a Tico at one point in time, and that was a horrible mistake, as we all know. Then I bought a PrinterBot Play, and then dove straight into building a Voron 1.5, and I've just kind of been hanging around since. They hadn't gotten sick of me. So, who's next?
Moglen, do you want to take that?
Yep, I'll get it. 1 second. So, I'm Jeremiah. I've been around since Voron 1.5. I think I joined shortly after Jock did to the team. Well, I wouldn't say the team, to the small community that we had time on Reddit. And I've been glad to be part of this community ever since Max finally brought us to the Slack days. and we were actually able to communicate while at work. And most of us have a professional job where we're able to have PCs at work, and we were able to talk and got to see VC come up. I have 3 Vorons now. I bought Volcons because no one else wanted to. I don't know why. I just realized I'm reverbing. There we go. That should be better. And yeah, humongous fan of the Voron design ethos, I guess you could say. Functionality, a printer that's very functional, along with one that's aesthetically pleasing to the eye. And yeah, I've been glad to be part of this community for the last year and a half, fairly solid.
Hi, my name's Carlos. I don't know if you guys actually know my real name. I'm the Brack Show on Discord. So, so yeah, I got into 3D printing a few years back, maybe 3 or so years ago. Got a Winehouse duplicator, the first version that almost caught on fire. I definitely had some of the problems where things were shorting out and things were smoking on the chain, the drag chain I had on there. And then I don't know, maybe 6 months into it, I decided I wanted to build something that was better than it. And I found, unfortunately, I found the D-bot at the time. I did some research, and I honestly never saw the Voron. It wasn't until I was looking for a way to enclose the D-bot that I saw a video on YouTube of some guy making an acrylic enclosure for the Voron. Actually, he started off with cardboard, and then he went to acrylic. And I actually asked him, and he told me it was a Voron, so I went out looking, and then I had a bunch of spare 2020 extrusion, and that was V-slot, and I went asking Voron on the Voron community if I could use it. Mag responded nicely, but so then I've joined ever since, and actually was part of your guys' community for a really long time without actually owning a Voron, but things the last year or so.
Awesome. And do you want to talk about how you contributed to the project that a lot of people may or may not know about?
Yeah. So actually, I saw Max posted a using 2 RAM boards to try to drive his new project. And,
wait. I was talking about the hall board.
Oh yeah,
you're starting from square one. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, so the beginning was actually the Voron expander. I saw he posted that he wanted to drive more stepper motors, and so he figured out a way to use 2 ramps somehow. So I never messed with that. I never understood how he did it, but I saw that's on RipRap, the RipRap ME webpage, that you could actually have 3 more stepper expanders. So I decided to figure out a way to integrate it, and started talking to RC. I guess, should we call you Max, or should we just call you? Okay. Started talking to Max about it, and designed it, and then he approached me with building a hall board for XY end stop, and that's how I contributed. And that's kind of why I
commissioned for Voron 24.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was never installed because they never could afford downtime.
So speaking of Voron 24 and our fearless leader, Max.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, I'm Max, and I started this shit show. So the last printer that was off the shelf that I got was PrinterBot Simple Metal, and that was the printer that I got just so I could print the Voron prototype parts. So I originally wanted I originally wanted Ultimaker 2, but I didn't really have money for it, so at the time at least. So naturally, I started a 3D printing company and spent probably 6 times more than an Ultimaker would cost to spin all this whole place up. So here we are. And this was I started tinkering with it in 2015. In 2016, I released the polished up version of it. And that's like the post on Reddit that you see. And Yeah. And at some point, somebody approached me saying, "Oh, we want to scale the printer to 24 inches by 24 inches," and I said, "Hold on, let me tinker on something," because I was already kind of in the works for V2, so the kinematics was kind of almost there, at least on paper. So I just scaled it up and made it all aluminum, and that became Voron 24. And then V2 basically is the printable home built version of V24. At least that's the genealogy of the printers.
Awesome. So do you call the 2.1 still a 2, or is it really this is what 2 should have been when we talk 2.1?
Yeah, 2.1 is what 2 should have been, which is why 2 was never really shipped. 2 had way too many problems that it we kept trying to work around, and it got to the point where you just have too many holes to plug, and you just need to scrap it and go to a whole new kinematics, which was what 2.1 is essentially. And now 1.6 has basically the same belt kinematics minus two tooth idlers, because we don't need, it's a smaller build volume basically, so I don't need to bump the belt this way a little bit to clear anything on that side, so I can just go straight down.
Gotcha. Yeah, I keep looking at the 1.6 stuff, and every time I look at the 1.6 files and everything, I'm like, I don't need another printer, but man, I want to build one so bad.
Well, don't you have a bunch of parts for 1.5
still? I've got a set of 300 millimeter rods and 300 millimeter lead screws, but that's it, because my 1.5 got turned into the black 2.1 that's on the table behind me.
Gotcha. Well, maybe addition to the pith farm?
Yeah.
Excellent parts and Pikachu.
Yeah. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. I don't know if one could ever have too many printers. I think I have 6 now.
Wow.
Two of which I run pretty much all the time, but 1.6. I am currently, after I get done printing these pith parts, I'm going to be printing up a couple 1.6 parts.
Nice.
Mac, do you ever actually use a V24?
So my V24 is in. So the frame is basically being used as a tabletop or a table bottom, and there's a sheet on top of it, and I'm using it as a table right now. And it's basically all the parts are in a box, and the parts are prototype parts. So I basically have to remill all the production parts, get them all anodized, and then spend another 2 months, actually assembling and printing and tuning it and all that. And then at the end of the day, I won't have space for it in my shop to actually operate. I mean, I guess I could keep using it as a table and then print underneath it, but the thing is massive. It takes a ginormous amount of space.
Wow.
And I haven't actually ran into a problem of needing to print something that big. I also, you've seen it in the prototype parts for the 2.2 chain, Voron chain. That's a 350 spec frame that is fully built and then put up, gathering cobwebs. Because I have all the parts to build it, I just keep revisioning the printer to the point where I can't actually assemble the printer, because all the parts that I have printed for the printer go straight into the garbage.
Yeah, thanks to a certain somebody around here.
Yeah, he is not here tonight, but there's one of our compatriots who is known for breaking everything. Of course,
know what he needs to print his parts into for them to stay, rigid. Maybe Altum?
Maybe. I mean, the polycarb stuff is pretty close to, I think, where he needs to be, but I haven't seen him break any of the polycarb stuff yet.
No, just layer.
The XY joint that he split.
Yeah, but that was more of a printing problem. It was probably printed a little cold or something.
Yeah, the CF filled stuff doesn't have the same bonding properties, layer bond properties. So unless you've got it dialed in perfectly for that spool of filament, you're gonna be layer splitting stuff left and right.
Yeah, I when I was testing it, I think I print PC, the carbon fiber PC at 270, and there was a couple parts that during testing I was like, I'm not going to use these, and I took some pliers to them to try to tear them apart, and my stuff was solid. It's not
Okay, 270.
not breaking.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, so I think it was more of a. It's probably more of a printing too low of a temp. Maybe the chamber wasn't up to temperature yet, so it was cooling too fast.
Yeah, I've not worked with any of the mystery stuff, so you guys, I got nothing, man.
Spooky.
So let's see. I'm bouncing between various windows to see who's asked any questions, if anyone.
Well, it's just good to hang out. So Max, I'm assuming you're still at work because you're just in the parking lot.
I'm literally sitting in the parking lot of Apple Park. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
Are you off work already?
Yeah.
I guess it's easier to do this than be at home and having the wife and kid be like, hey.
Yeah. The wife and kid just came back from grandma's house, so wife is ready to not have the toddler on top of her 24/7. So I know what I'm in for when I get home.
Yep. So you're not exactly in a hurry.
No, but I do need to go in a few minutes because I gotta be a good husband.
No, I totally get it, man. And your commute's probably no joke either, being out there on the left coast.
I'm actually just like staring at the freeway right now, and it's not too bad. We'll see.
So I just want to always let you know, I've talked to you a couple times, but for Max, I still remember the day you gave us a little teaser on Slack of a fixed bed, and it was your V2 teaser to us, and I was like, OMG, and I started buying parts, pretty much like everyone else during the call.
That's good. Some people have the opposite reaction, like Falg on Slack and Discord. It took me a couple of Reddit comments back and forth for me to convince him that this is better. Trust me, this is better.
This is much better.
Yeah. Speaking of, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of the bed kinematics and everything, and I think this is where you were going, Jeremiah, the dropping bed on a 1.6 versus the stationary bed on a 2. So what's the advantage that you saw in the stationary bed versus movement?
Oh, so for me, are you talking about me or are you talking to Max?
Well, for you, what you've seen in use, and then Max in his design ethos.
I'll let Max go first since he's pressed for time.
All right. Well, the big thing about V2 and the stationary bed, the bed being stationary is just kind of a bonus. The fact that the gantry is low to center of gravity, you essentially, if you wanted to print nothing but 30mm tall parts, you could chop off the entire top of the printer, and that's going to be your printer. And flat, short printer is always going to have better kinematics, better mechanics than a tall printer. For a tall printer, like 1.6, for example, all of the weight, all of the mass that's being slung is at the top of the frame. Pretty much every printer that drops the bed versus raising the gantry, you're flinging the tool head on the very top of the frame, which means all the vibrations are translated back down and amplified because you're at the top of the frame. Unless you basically flip it upside down or put it on its side like Jeremiah did, which was awesome.
I honestly printed that way for the longest time because I was able to print so much faster.
Yeah, it's gravity is no joke. If you can, if we weren't using 2020, maybe upgrade to 4080 or something.
Get away from the noodle, yes.
Wow.
If we weren't using
you went
top
there.
ramen for
I did.
Frames. No, let's leave this one for private conversations.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's rigid enough to where you are not going to have any problems. But again, as you start scaling printer, but by the way, I thought 230 by 230 was big enough. And then as soon as I think the second post on the Voron subreddit was, can I scale that up to 12 inches? And I'm like, what? Why? And then somebody goes, can I scale it up to 15 inches, 16 inches, and 20 inches? And then somebody built a giraffe Voron 1.5 with like, I think it was like 24 inches of Z travel. It just looks like a freaking cabinet.
It looks like a Delta that went wrong.
Yeah. What happened to your Delta, dude? So people want, when they self-built the printers, they kind of want to build them bigger because they can't afford something of that size off the market, or is just simply not available for their particular applications. And I understand, if you need to print something big, go ahead and build a big printer. And one of the goals of V2 was to basically address this issue of, you're going to scale it. I know, let me build in the tolerances and the give that is required for bigger builds, basically.
And speaking of that, so everyone wants to build bigger, because when you came out with V1, when I first came to the community, I asked dumb questions like, "Hey, can I make this thing 15 inches?" Actually, I think I only wanted 12, but you always want to go bigger because you're like, you know what, you got to have a big printer, and because you want to print that one airplane in one piece, right?
You got it, man.
You don't realize you got if you got a mile of belt and you make the printer 50% bigger, well, now you got like 2.5 miles of belt that's going to stretch even more when it's moving around. So now you got to print a lot slower, and there's a whole bunch of other things that come in with it. And when you came out with V2 and I saw the fixed bed, I knew right away, I'm going to make the smallest printer that you designed, because I don't need it. I didn't need it. I barely use, even on my 250, which is a monster. 350 is a huge printer. I can't believe people want to make a 500 by 500. I don't know where.
Yeah, I kind of regret the 350. It's massive. I couldn't even imagine, a V24, and it's pain in the ass to move. And I don't know, the plate was huge, and it's not really worth it. And it seems like all the cosplay stuff I've been doing lately, we figured out a way now with Fusion to split them up nicely and have them, mate together without very noticeable seam lines. So yeah, you really don't need anything larger than 300. There's absolutely no need.
Yeah. Plus with FDM, it's just, FDM is going to FDM. You're going to have prints fail unless you're really confident in your mechanical skills of putting the printer together, and you're really confident in the power that you're being delivered, and you took all the precautions. You're probably going to have a problem with like a week long print.
Especially when you're at day 6.9.
Huh?
Especially when you're 6 days into a 7-day print and something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or just the filament has a kink in it or something unpredictable. Unless you can control fully and test fully, to the NASA standards, you're going to have a problem long term.
Yep.
For a long print.
So, and just because it's a good segue. So what you're looking at here is a 250 spec machine, which is a silver one, and a 320 spec. It's actually a converted V1, which is why it's the 320 by 320 by 300, because the frame's sized differently. Mm-hmm. But so we're actually going to do this so you guys can see, and I'm sitting here looking at, so you can see the size differences between a 250 and basically a 350 spec build. And it's not inconsequential on the amount of space it takes up. When I was running, just my 300 by 300 V1 and was trying to enclose it, I was running into issues trying to find something I could fit it in. And Max, you and I talked about this. Part of the reason you went with your design spec on the original 230 and 240 size V1 was so it could fit in a plastic cabinet, wasn't it?
Yeah. It barely fits. I mean, you have to make some clearances and relocate the power inlet, but and put all your stuff on the side. But yeah, it fits in a plastic cabinet. That was a requirement because I was currently living in an apartment, needed to print parts for the kits, and the wife was not a fan of basically the entire house being filled with ABS fumes. So it went on the patio in one of those Suncast plastic cabinets, which actually insulated it pretty well. With an exhaust fan and a carbon filter, so my neighbors don't think I'm cooking math.
Yeah. Yeah. So someone asked, what's the smallest you could scale a V1 or a V2? I know we've seen a 200 by 200 from Etherwalker, the baby Voron, and a V2.
The smallest you can make it is basically plug in the configurator something some size basically, and look at the smallest extrusion part. That's the back crossbar. That back crossbar has to be 50 millimeters at the smallest, because you're just touching the AB units together. In fact, you can actually just print a 50 millimeter piece of plastic with some holes in it, and join the two AB units together, and that's the smallest you can get.
Okay.
I don't know what I think we did the math on it at some point. You'd have to obviously mount all of your electronics somewhere else. And I'm not even sure if the motors, the Z motors, would be touching at that point. But hi, child.
Oh, hey, honey. I'm just yakking with a few friends.
Yeah. So I don't know off the top of my head. I think maybe a 150 by 150.
I think I looked at it a while back, and 150 was barely. I think 150 was barely.
Or you can just kind of wait until next year. There's some stuff coming.
Something. There might be something.
Soon, TL.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Nothing happened.
Redacted.
So yeah, the 250. Like I said, when I decided to build the V2, and I still call mine V2. So when people ask, "Well, do you mean 2.1 or 2.0?" and I'm like, Voron 2. Yeah, it's the Voron 2.
It's a version 2.1, but it's still a Voron 2.
But I wanted to make the smallest one because I was like, I'm not going to use a big printer. I still do this. I probably use 10% of my print volume 90% of the time.
Yeah.
And it's not. I just printed a P38 for my buddy. I can't remember the company that makes the models, but it was a week-long multi-plate print on my MK3, and it all glues together, and a damn thing flies. Oh, sorry for my French, but the thing flies. It goes in the air. It's able to have a decent amount of power. It does about 50 miles an hour.
At some point, when I'm not printing printer parts, I need to print this model that my friend bought. I think from the same company. It's not a P52. It's some other one.
Corsair. That's the same company. It's like 3D printed or.
Yeah. 3D. Yeah. He bought the SDLs package. And he's been pinging me every once in a while to print it for him. He lives in Arizona. He's got plenty of space to go fly drones and planes and things like that.
Yeah, must be nice.
I tell you what, the thing about, if it's the same company, which I'm sure it is, I think there's only one or two that making models for RC aircraft that you can actually fly.
Yeah.
And they're lots of pieces that glue together.
Lots of crazy lattices.
Well,
you have to skin afterwards.
The hardest thing that I just didn't have the time to read everything and make all my slicer settings for each part is it's a lot of single wall extrusions.
Yeah.
The majority of the aircraft is single wall extrusions. And if you just throw it in your slicer and don't change your settings, like you just go, okay, 0 top, 0 bottom, no infill, the parts don't touch right. Like the internal structure won't actually adhere to the outside. You got to do a lot of weird stuff with your slicer settings, or use their pre-sliced G code, which came from a very old version of S3D, which I did.
So let's see. Is there any issue with scaling your Z up? So as opposed to going larger XY, you just go Z?
Yes and no. You can scale Z for as long as you want until, I don't know, the limitation of, I don't know, maybe 500, I think, is the biggest one we have, the tallest one we have. But you will need to make sure that whatever you're printing at the top of the Z is slowed down, I guess. Maybe use multiple processes or just manually scale it down in your G code. But again, you're going to be flinging the massive the V2 gantry up top, and don't print it for 100 millimeters a second at the very top of the printer.
Unless you got it
but you're not going to get the V2 quality experience that you expect.
Yeah, unless you bolt it to your wall or something.
Yeah, fill it with concrete, bolt it to the wall, bolt it to the floor.
Granite surface plate, what?
All the problems go away when you add concrete.
Yes. I mean, if you just want to lag bolt it to your floor, go for it, man. I mean, that'll solve a lot of your problems. But you say that at the same time, though, you've got that what is it, arc moment, I think it's the term, where since you've got your base bolted down, but you still have those 20/20 uprights that may be swaying and everything shifting around. So even just bolting the bottom to the floor may not solve all your problems that way. I'm not an engineer. I'm
money. Just, you can experiment and then tell us how it worked out.
Exactly. And I mean, that's what kind of one of the things that people are say, hey, you guys are so down on people, trying different things and everything. It's not that we're down on people trying different things. We're totally about, hey, dude, try it, do whatever. What we just want to say is it probably won't work because one of us already has. That's our big thing. And a lot of people seem to think us saying, hey, we've tried it and it didn't work, or in looking at the designs, that shouldn't work. That's us being negative when it's really us just trying to say, and temper your expectations here. We want you to succeed, not wind up spending thousands of dollars on stuff and then having something that lives in your closet collecting dust.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I mean, majority of the times when we are trying to dissuade people from doing A or B or C, it's mostly because we understand you're not made of money. We don't want to say, hey, totally do that. Then you take a whole bunch of money and set it on fire, and then you don't end up with the results that you expect. We're not trying to be dicks on Reddit or Discord. We're just basically trying to save you money and trying to save you the headache, because it is frustrating when you build something, you take off you go off the beaten path and you build something, you're like, this should work, and it totally doesn't. And then, you only have to blame yourself at that point, and it's frustrating. And less frustration in the 3D printing world would be nice, because there's already enough of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've all had those things where it totally should work, and it totally does not. Yeah. And so I'm just off frame really quick, doing something as kind of an example. You got
get going, guys. I'm sorry.
All right, boss. Well,
it was
if you feel
a pleasure, we should really do this again.
Yeah, I'm game, dude. We'll just set something up probably after Christmas, and we'll go from there. Later, man.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to meet you face to face. Kind of. Almost.
Yep.
Yes.
Maybe.
See you, Max.
Drive safe, dude.
Take care, guys.
All right. So, Carlos, you are now the star attraction right now. Congratulations.
Okay.
So
I deserve it, but
well, no, Max has just signed
Max,
off.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so it was either
I'm back.
It was either you or Jeremiah. And well, Jeremiah's back. So we were speaking about the development and how basically we kind of people say sometimes we're dicks and we're not receptive to people because we don't immediately jump up and say, hey, that's a great idea. You ought to do that. Let's give you the files. Instead, we say, hey, we probably tested that and it's not going to work. Or you don't want to do it because you're in for a bad time. And so one of the things that a lot of us testers, and I'm one of the testers, I'm not a designer, all right? I am a pharmacist with too much time on my hands. So as just from printing, either for print it forward or for beta testing, this right here is kind of what you're looking at are the wages of print it forward. Well, actually, no, this is mostly development testing. All of those are empty eSun ABS plus spools. So some of those are for print it forward, yes. A lot of them were for development. And so we've seen what works and what doesn't. I know, what is it? I've done probably 15 sets of V2 parts at this point in time, and another, probably 10 sets of V1 parts. So I've seen what will and will not fail, and I've rebuilt these rigs 4 or 5 times a piece. So I've seen what does and doesn't work, and I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone at building these things. I'm not an engineer, as I said. I spent 2 weeks trying to figure out what was wrong mechanically with my printer when it turns out it was all thermally related. So we're not infallible, but yeah, that's, let's see, 3, 6, Yeah, that's 16 spools of ABS plus.
So it's funny you mentioned the first part you were talking about. I was thinking about that while I was gone. Our community probably doesn't realize how big our community got. We were at over 1,000 members just on Discord until we pruned it, which brought us down to 700 active members. So there's a lot of questions that we've probably answered more than 20 sometimes. And if you were to look back, if people were to do a search, and it's hard to say I searched. It's hard to search sometimes because you might not know what you're searching for. But when you get a short answer from like me or Doc or any of the other, well, I don't even know what colors anymore. Red, orange, blue guys. Actually, I think our blue guys changed. Purple guys. That's our regulars, our small hammers, fan hammers, and band hammers. We probably answered it in depth at some point in time, and then answered the rhetorical question or the questions that came back, like, well, why did you do it this way? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And we probably said we tried it that way. It didn't work, and this is what happened. But we don't have the time. Like, I don't have the time to spend 30 minutes a lot of times to explain why this is working this way, and this is why I recommend you do it this way. So it's not because we don't want to tell you. It's just do it like this. Here's the documentation over here. Please read it. And most likely, I will usually look back in a couple hours and see if you did okay or if you didn't read it, because it's pretty obvious to the majority of us if you didn't read the manual. So,
and actually, that's one of the main reasons we moved to Discord, right?
It is.
Slack was just awful about filling up the space. I mean, it lasted all of like a week before it filled up.
Oh man, at the very tail end of Slack, we were lasting maybe 2 days before stuff was getting nuked into history.
Actually, so I actually monitored Slack quite a bit since I was one of the admins on there, and I was doing a lot of the cleanup on the files. And the last week, it was almost 24 hours when it would automatically start removing the messages. So, wow. And we've doubled in size since we've gone from Slack to Discord.
Holy crap. One of the Canadians is here.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey, man.
You want to see my face?
Well, there's your face. So, wait, you're not Asian?
Oh,
yeah. I will think you're Asian forever, even if I see your real face.
Secret's out.
I should edit my profile.
So, it's good of you to join us, man. You want to do a quick introduction of yourself?
About what?
Just, who you are, how you kind of got into 3D printing, that sort of thing.
I'm not Asian. I don't know. I'm French Canadian. I've been printing for 4 years. I got into printing because I wanted some part. I had them made somewhere. Quality was not great, so I just went, well, might as well print them myself. And I haven't never printed those parts. But yeah, not much to say. I'm the annoying guy that tried to be cheap everything out, and that's about it.
But you're moving from those ways.
A bit.
I don't know. I think it's pretty essential because everyone comes in trying to build a Voron as cheap as possible. I mean, AliExpress inside and out, like better than anybody here.
Oh man.
I've been named Google Man at the office for a reason. I know to find stuff.
Oh God, hold on.
That's some nice booze.
So
yeah.
Okay, it is Andre. I was gonna say, what's up with the Q at the end of your Slack name?
That's my last name.
Okay.
Which I won't even pronounce in English.
You don't need to bother.
I can have you try though.
No, I'm not good spelling names. In the military, we got a couple guys with like 30+ character last names. It's like, hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Let's see. So someone asked the question about the next design goals for the project. And I know Max is no longer here right now, so you know, we're only speculating at this point. But you know, I think, at least from my perspective, the big design goal that is really next is just to make it cleaner. I mean, there's always going to be something you find, not at hour 1 or hour 2 of printing, but hour 1000, 1 hour 2000. I mean, that's why there's some of the stuff that we're testing now that you may have seen in my rigs that I kind of showed over there, because there's some stuff we've run into that's, you know, thousands of hours of printing. Well, not thousands, hundreds of hours of printing, where you start seeing things going wrong. And
yeah. Gate.
Yeah. If you don't know what we were talking about, Cat 5 wiring actually fatigues over time faster than we expected. And the tape chain would, the small bend radius would exacerbate that. So over time, you'd start seeing your thermistor readings start wavering, and then you start seeing weird things. And so when I was talking about a thermal issue and a wiring issue that I was fighting, that was actually, my thermistor wiring was going haywire. So I was getting inconsistent layers because I wasn't getting consistent heat. And working with ABS, you got a very, very narrow window of where it's happy. Too hot, it's going to do weird stuff. Too cold, it's not going to go at all. And then you've got to control your thermal envelope to keep it in that window long enough for it to settle down, or else it's going to either warp, or if it's, you know, on the other side of things, it's also going to warp. And so ABS, it's not that ABS is difficult in that it's unpredictable. It's just you have a very narrow window for each particular blend of ABS you're working with to really get it happy. Versus PLA's got this wide window, PETG's got this wide window. ABS is not forgiving.
So real quick, I just want to let Gelden, we'll get to your question about the E3D tool changer here in just a minute. But ABS. So a lot of popular YouTubers have publicly announced that ABS is the devil's filament. And I'm paraphrasing. It needs to go away. Yeah, it needs to go away, and, you know, long live the new filaments, ABS Plus or PC Max, or stuff that costs 5 times as much to purchase. And I can tell you, ABS is very hard to learn. But once you get it, once you understand it, once you get that thing to hold to your bed, sometimes it'll stick so dang well that you can't get the parts off. That's when you know you're starting to get stuff right. It is so easy to print with that PLA becomes hard. And I know the majority of us in this video chat have actually tried to print PLA again. Maybe not everybody, but some of us, and had problems printing PLA. It's like, this is the filament that's the easiest to print with, and now I'm having troubles with it. I'm gonna go back to ABS.
Yeah, like I've had things warp in PLA that, you know, I've tried 4 or 5 times in PLA, and I'm like, you know what, screw it, just ABS, load it up, done.
Yep. That's why I have ABS Thanos's. I haven't done a Deadpool yet, but I'm gonna have to, because Nero, he's shown off a couple really nice ones.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing that some people will throw out, is that, hey, you know, ABS isn't as pretty as PLA. Well, you may not get as many color choices with ABS, but if you've got your settings dialed in, you can get ABS looking just as good print quality wise as PLA.
Honestly, I think the surface finish on ABS is far nicer than PLA, especially with blacks. When you print a good quality ABS black, it just looks beautiful. When you print an ABS, it's always got this weird shine to it and just doesn't look quite right.
Yeah. And I mean, so you mentioned you got into 3D printing for cosplay. So surface finish and whatnot is really important to you, isn't it?
Well, not really anymore. We've gotten down the techniques to fill in all the crevices. We don't even really it doesn't really even matter. We just kind of slather the entire thing with either Bondo or some super glue with baking soda, or just really heavy body primers that really fill it in and just sand that down. So you're not really sanding, the plastic down. You're kind of sanding the top layer of paint or Bondo down. So, but
it's a lot easier to sand.
What's that?
I said that fillable primer, it's a lot easier to sand than ABS is.
Oh yeah. So, but yeah, having prints that that are pretty smooth on the walls make a huge difference when you paint something, because you could see all the irregularities. And so if you don't sand it or fill it enough, you'll see all these wavy lines, and it just doesn't look very good, especially when you're making cosplay props for lots of money. The quality it needs to be there. And with ABS, I found that it's really easy to glue. It's almost easier to glue ABS to itself than PLA. So we've been using ABS a lot more lately.
And you can just use acetone.
Yeah, you can.
And acetone's plentiful and cheap. Wear gloves.
Yeah.
Oops.
It might not hurt you out the gate, but it does go into your skin, and it will cause some health problems in the future if you get too much of it.
Yep.
Oops.
So, who was it? Someone was asking about the E3D tool changer. That's something that's actually come up quite a bit internally. I wouldn't say quite a bit. Something that's come up internally. Will it be feasible, or can we use it, or are we looking at it? All I can say is it's not probably going to happen anytime in the near future, but I do envision someone at some point in time using the same type of kinematics, coming up with a tool changer for the Voron. I don't know if it'll be a Voron 1 or a Voron 2 or a Voron future, but I don't think I see it in V2's future in this next calendar year.
Yeah, and
what the guys have to say about it.
What I'll say is that the E3D tool changer, while it looks really cool, and don't get me wrong, multiple materials and what the tool changer unlocks has a lot of potential. But what you run into is right now the tool changer stuff, just the stuff. So you don't even get the control electronics, which you can only use a Duet and Duex to control it. So that's an additional basically 300 bones. Without anything, it's $1,000. So you've got $1,000 for your tool changer, and then you've got to buy like 4 or 5 hot ends, and then you've got to buy the heat bed, then you've got to figure out how to make the thing work and everything else. A lot of us just kind of want something that would work. And while it's cool and everything, don't get me wrong, none of us have just been able to drop the $1,000 to beta test something.
Except for the Voron 2.
Yeah, except for the Voron 2. I mean, yes, we've dropped the coin on, we've dropped the coin on what we feel is our particular area of passion. I'm not saying that you couldn't adapt it if you're talented, if you're passionate about it and you really want to see if you can make it work, dude, have at it. That's what I keep saying. If you want to try something, I'm not saying you can't try it. I'm just saying that it may not work. And if you're okay with throwing away that $1,000 on the project, dive in. But it is a case of, it may not work. And that's where we really try and temper expectations.
All right, real quick. So when you're saying $1,000, that's actually for the E3D mostly full setup. That was their pre-order. I see Tim here is saying the mechanism's $300. It's not really necessarily just the cost. It's also the time that's going to be involved with designing. Where's it going to go? How are you going to do it? We have a top on our printer. It's enclosed by design on purpose, and that's for the ABS master races that almost all of us are. And there's just really nowhere to put the tools at. I don't, like I said, we've all played around. A lot of us have played around with a Chimera and from E3D. And we all of us we're so glad to go back to a V6 because we all did the same thing. We just picked one nozzle up and didn't use it. in the end, it wasn't worth the multi-material deal. There's some other stuff that we're probably going to do instead to do multi-material testing, and maybe that'll work. But I don't see the tool changer in V2's future. Not at least not from the Voron Design team.
Yep. And that kind of ties back to the people saying, well, is there ever going to be a Chimera hot end? Or Chimera, as Jeremiah said. There may be, there may not be. A lot of us have messed with them and we've seen no real benefit to it. But once again, if you want to try it, go for it. And I think this brings up, kind of segues into the next community comment, question, concern, and whatnot that we get a lot is, when are the files being released?
Yeah.
So from my own perspective, it's just that we've not released the files because we're not fully confident that they are locked and set in stone. And we don't want people building mods based on something that's 3 or 4 generations old. Now, you've got the STLs, and a lot of renderers and a lot of modeling programs can import that STL, and you can STL hack away. I mean, I've been known to STL hack in Windows 3D Builder and make stuff that works. It's not pretty, but it works. But so that's my take on it. And what do you guys think?
I mean, personally, when I work on projects on my own, I've made a lot of electronics projects over the years. I know a lot of them stem from open designs, open hardware and open software. But when I'm working on it, I don't really want people, this is my personal opinion. This is not what Max thinks or anyone else in this chat. But I don't want people kind of walking over what I'm trying to do because I have a plan on what I'm doing as I'm testing it. I don't want forks of all of my design all over the place when I wasn't really there yet. So I personally feel it's kind of strange for people to get a little bitter about not getting design files. It always seems like when someone asks for it and they get the answer no, it almost seems like it bothers them that they can't get the design files. And I see that very strange. This whole open hardware, open software community over the last 5 years has just changed so dramatically. Like everyone almost feels like they deserve the files right then and there. And just, I don't know. I wouldn't release it until, like you said, with Max or whoever else thinks it's done.
Yeah, I kind of know exactly what you're talking about with the open hardware, open source community, how it's changed in the last 5 years. We just saw Linus Tarball. How do you pronounce his name? Linus Tarball. Step down from the Linux community as the head of the kernel team for Linux because of how I'm not gonna say salty. I'm not sure the word I'm looking for. The community's gotten so pointed,
demanding.
Everyone's pointing fingers at each other, and everyone's got a knife in one hand and a pointer in the other, and nobody's taking responsibility for things. And they're saying that they're misogynists, they're pigs, they're sexists. There's depends on the flavor of the week. What SJW is pointing a finger at who, and it doesn't end with just Linux. It's kind of happening all over the place. And Voron Design is an open source project, but it's not open source 100% all the time. You guys get the files. Once the design is locked, like 1.5 was, that was when Max, or Russian cat food, put the step files out, the assembly files. And then people were given the opportunity to have the files and then get to do stuff. But guess what? How many mods did we see for that? Only the ones that really I can remember are the ones that needed addressed. Because that was back when RCF was a one-man show, and we were all Reddit followers, and that was the bed. The bed was kind of the system. The carriage for the bed was all plastic. It was a little wibbly wobbly, and Volcom came up with a pretty solid bed mount, and most people either went with that or made something similar.
Yeah, and also T-Bear had his synced belt drive before we started seeing software packages that would be able to level left and right if you used independent Z motors. That was solving a problem that people had if they went with the 8x8 lead screws versus the 8x2s. So the community does respond and does do things, but once again, it's a matter of what the priorities are. The priorities are, hey, let's get stuff out and tested. Let's get a manual out there so people who aren't as comfortable, building something just from maybe looking at a finished product assembled photo and asking questions, they may want something to guide them through it. So then basically we're releasing stuff in a stair step. We want to release stuff for the absolute bleeding edge, the people who are going to run and test and everything. So that's what the 2.0 builders were. I mean, there was never a 2.0 manual. So the people who built it were building it based on theory, conjecture, and internet videos. I'm one of those guys. And I was one of the guys who made internet videos too. Then we release it for the vast majority of the community. What the community itself is going to be able to build and use and have in their hands, have a working final product. It may not be the easiest thing ever. I mean, the V2.1 and the V2, those are expert level builds. Don't get me wrong. And then we're going to release something for that last kind of tail end of things, where those are the people who want the mod files and want to be able to adapt their designs and everything and adapt to the root design. But if you think about it, it's really about reaching the largest audience first, the early adopters, the normal adopters, and then everyone else. Those people who were really eager to mod everything, they're a small percentage of people compared to who's wanting to just build it and use it, at least in my opinion. I'm not a designer. I'm not really a modder. So what do you guys think?
So I just want to go back on the modding thing. And I kind of hit on it, but I didn't really expand on it. And that was with the Voron one. There wasn't a whole lot of mods. There was some stuff that were added, but there wasn't a whole lot of mods that actually addressed any functionality problems with the printer. But if you look at something like the Hypercube, which is a printer that was designed initially to retrofit or convert cheap i3 type printers into a Core XY design, a gajillion mods to address a gajillion issues that people thought or actually found. And that is the one thing we do not want to have with the Voron Design team, like whether it be Voron 1, Voron 2, anything going on in the future. And that is one of the reasons we really don't want the STL files, the design files, to be released until we have a fairly solid finalized design. We're still, to this day right now, we're still working out bugs with Voron 2. But with every new part we break and build and replace and test, we're getting better and better. We're getting longer longevity. We're getting longer run times. People have been calling it Cat 5 gate, or just you could probably just call it I call it RJ45. I know that's just a standard for the connector, but Ethernet gate. I was so excited to just use Cat 6 cable, and that's what I did. I got Cat 6 stranded cable and used that for my first V2, and I took that harness and put it on the 2.1, and people started having wire failures. And I was like, maybe you guys just got some bum wire. Maybe you're using solid core. And then wouldn't you know it, 2 weeks later, mine started following. So, and we I apologize to the community that, we're like, hey, this is what you should use, because we put hundreds and hundreds of hours on that. And we didn't see that coming. And it kind of hit us all within a 1 month time frame. All the main testers that have been printing, I wouldn't say 24/7. I'd probably say 18 hours every day. That's probably about
yourself.
What was running for a while, 18 hours every day. And yeah, we've looked for some new solutions. Like the one I'm running, I got some wholesale stuff, some Spectral wire that has got some crazy strand count, and it's probably going to run at least 5 times longer than the Cat 5 did, or Cat 6 that I ran.
Yeah.
We're trying to find affordable solutions for the community for that. And that's just one small thing. Okay, I'll get off my box. Go ahead.
No. You're right there. There's stuff we find that, as I said kind of earlier, it's not hour 1, hour 10. It's hour 100, 500, hour 1000 where we start seeing these things. It's the wire fatigue, and it's not even at the connectors, because the connectors are solid. It's actually in the wire, the bend itself, where it starts failing. And there are a variety of things that are testing, and you can watch some of my videos and see the beta stuff we're looking at. One question came up as to, should we build a 2.1 now, or should we wait for the next thing? And I've got my own opinion there, but what do you guys think?
Well, that's like saying, should I buy the iPhone 10s now, or should I wait for the next iPhone iriditive? I can't say it now. Or should I buy the Galaxy 9? Or should I get the Note 10? Or should I get the Stage 11 phone? You know, there's always something around the corner. So there's never a right time, I would say, to get into these technologies where they're constantly advancing. And that's kind of where the Voron Design is going. It's constantly advancing. We're always trying to make things better. And I think the correct time, the correct answer is, as long as you can afford to purchase the parts, and you have the time to put towards building the printer, tuning the printer. We've done a pretty good job. I like to think we did a fairly good job of giving people config files to get a good base, a good start, along with slicer files to get a good start. But you still have to tune, because everyone's printer is going to be slightly different. Different tensioning on your belts is going to make your printer run different than mine. So my answer is, it's always the right time, as long as you can afford the time investment and you can afford the actual money outgo.
So, Carlos, since you use your printers in an commercial capacity to some degree, what do you think?
I actually agree with Mag. I mean, printers, they come and go, and they work and they don't work all the time, right? And once you get something working, there's no reason to upgrade, right? Like I said, when I first started, I started with a D-Bot. My first hand-built printer was a D-Bot, and I mean, people hate on it all the time, and I don't really understand why, because it runs, and it's been running, right? And the same thing is true with the Voron 2.1. It's a lot of us have it running, and it's going to run, and eventually things will break. It's a mechanical system. Everything breaks eventually. And so you just repair it and you keep going, right? And when something breaks, then you upgrade to the latest. But there's no reason to wait, because then you'll never actually build the printer. So yeah, I say build a 2.1. I'm still using the Cat 5 cable because it hasn't broke down on me. I only had one issue with Cat 5 cable, and it was with my motors, and it was because when I was ripping the Cat 5 cable off the the main sheathing, I somehow nicked it, and over time that caused it to to actually break, and was causing me all sorts of havoc for a couple of days. And I was swearing up and down that my Duet was killing motors, but it really wasn't. It was a bad cable.
I remember that.
Yeah, but it was definitely me. Now, when I removed those wires, it was very noticeable that it was me that cut that wire, and not it just wearing out over time. So yeah, I mean, I have an old laptop. My MacBook, it just died. Was right? Like, why would I buy another one? It was working just fine, and it ran Fusion just fine. Well, ish. The fan would spin up like crazy, but I don't know. I say build away, and and you can always upgrade. I mean, it's just plastic, right? Just print new parts and buy some parts from AliExpress that cost next to nothing.
All right, I want to hit on one thing real quick, because this has come up several times in the last probably 3 weeks, and that is the BOM. The bill of materials still lists Cat 5. It's a sole person that has access to the website, to the Voron Design website, and he's pretty busy. That would be Russian cat food. So he's going to get to it. He's going to fix the bomb. But as I mentioned earlier, we're still trying to find that affordable solution. So what we've been telling everybody in Discord, in Build Help, and in newbie questions, and in GChat is get the silicone wire from Amazon. You can get a whole bunch of spools for like $15 or $25, depending on what gauge you're getting. And if you stick with 24, you'll be okay. And until we find what is the correct wire that we want to spec in the BOM. I believe what we probably should do is just remove that so you guys don't use it. I apologize for that. Like I said, I have no control over that. You do not need 30-foot ALF of silicone wire. But let me think. I'm trying to think about how much because I just redid mine. I used 10 conductor bonded wire. So, and they're all 24 gauge, and I used 26 feet of it for a 250 build. So that's 26 feet. I cut that 3 times. So that's 30 wires, 26 feet long. That's how much wire I put in my 2.1 when I just did my rewire. Now I didn't need 30 wires, but like I said, it's 10 conductor bonded wire. So I think I'm using 24 of them. So I got some extra wires hanging out there for future expansion, and or in case I have a wire failure, because maybe I cut something with my razor blade when I'm taking off a belt chain or something. Hey,
This is wasabi.
But he's
I
not
love
green.
that.
It's not green. He's not green.
Mine's scared of the computer at the moment.
How sad.
Yeah, I've been letting my dog in and out the past little while. So, but let's see. I need to bounce over to chat and see if anyone else has asked anything. So that's kind of the wiring question. What else do you guys want to jump in and talk about? I mean, this is kind of an open mic night too. So you've heard me ramble enough.
Yeah, he's got a goatee.
What about you got any input, man?
Maybe.
Who's on vacation for the holidays? Everyone.
So I will say that it would be cool if Max screen captured while he designed something. I'm so curious on how he designs these parts, because I go in Fusion 360 and I design some little trinkets and stuff. Nothing crazy like what he does. I'm just so curious on how he designs gets some of the complex curves and just the steps.
I can actually answer that because it was one of my pet peeves I had with him. So I spent a ton of money learning CNC, to be a CNC operator and also to be a CAM programmer, which along with that, you need to learn how to do CAD. So in an industry, it's all parametric CAD. And I actually watched a video. Max actually put a video out a couple years ago of him doing some 1.5 stuff when he was making 1.5 from 1.0. And he does what's called direct modeling. So he's not using sketches and whatnot. He's actually, he might use one sketch to make the part. And then from there, it's just, he's going off the part itself. He's doing measurements from the part and changing those things.
Wow.
Doing push-pull operations. And then he'll do fillets. And then he'll delete the fillets to do another push-pull operation or whatnot. I don't know if he still does that. I brought it to his attention. I was like, hey, man, if you made this parametric, it would make changing the design in the future a heck of a lot easier on you, especially when you're moving holes or changing hole sizes or patterns or whatnot. And I remember when he was doing Voron 2.0, he actually said, screw this. I can't do parametric. I'm going back to direct. I might be paraphrasing slightly, but basically it is hard to use parametric modeling when you're thinking about aesthetics as well. But I'm pretty sure he's still using direct modeling.
Interesting. Questions, anyone?
Bueller.
Well, it's just a good. I've been wanting to hang out with some of these guys for a while and just shoot the poo.
Yeah, just think about it. We probably talk on Discord so much more than our families, which is crazy to think about.
Don't tell my wife.
Oh yeah, I'm bouncing into Discord on and off all day, whether I'm in the office or even working from home or whatever. Just a lot of the design team and a lot of the development team are pretty direct contact with each other all the time. And so that really fosters the collaborative nature of things. I mean, very honestly, we went from 2.0 to 2.1 in, what would you guys say? That was basically the month of May or June. The entire thing was blitzed between Max and Volcom and a couple other guys weighing in on stuff. And just, it went from nothing to done essentially in a month?
Something like that. I had my firstborn was born in beginning of December. And so that's about January is about the time that all the files, everything started coming out. We were already buying stuff beforehand, but things were getting crazy, with the newborn. I don't know how Uber did it, but with the newborn, it was crazy. I couldn't work on my printer at all. But I asked Mag for a set of V2 parts.
Yeah.
I got them and got some free time to start putting together. All of it was already obsolete.
Yep, 2.1 came out, I think, probably while it was in shipping.
Yeah.
I felt pretty bad when I was like, oh, man. I'm like, I really wanted you to, because I liked those parts came out looking really good.
Yes, they
really
did.
Happy with them. And then 2.1 come out, and you're like, I'm printing 2.1 on my D-Bot.
Yeah.
I was like, not the D-Bot.
Yeah. I'm actually.
I don't have a problem with the D-Bot. I have a problem with the creator in some of his very edgy remarks and his attitude. And that's not even because I'm in the community. That's just from stuff that people have shown us that how toxic that community has gotten at some point. And but the D-Bot itself is not a bad printer. We just give people crap because of the printed corners.
Yeah, this was insane. I had to print all the parts one at a time on my Winehouse. So it literally took me like 3 weeks to print those parts and about 5 spools of filament.
The D-Bot is a big filament intensive printer.
Yeah.
And that's something the Voron 2, the 2.1 really isn't. A lot of people here now probably didn't see really the 2.0 or go to build the 2.0, but those, I believe we've gone to call them monolithic Zs. Those things took a lot of filament, like almost.
Oh, yeah.
At 0.8 kilograms, if I remember right, for 4Z modules. It was a lot of printing, a lot of filament.
Yeah, it was a long print, and just the Z alone, I always, when I was doing 2.0 print forward stuff, I'd tell people, plan on, a two full spools of primary color and then a spool of accent. And, now we're down to, if I'm not doing the skirts or the accent stuff, I can do everything you need to get a working V2.1 in less than a full spool of primary, and it takes next to nothing for accents.
Nope.
And like I can do all of your functional accents in one plate, and that one plate takes me. Actually, I've got one of those running right now. Give me a second. Let me flip over to that.
Nero's got it right here. Full PIF package is 850 grams.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you did it in just one color, you could do it all in a single spool of filament. Let's see.
So there's a question, Justin, who recently, I'm not sure if he got serialized or just got serialized, but I remember I was just helping him a little bit ago. I was wanting to know what do we do to tune our printers when we get them running, mainly referring to retraction and extrusion. And I'm gonna let you guys handle this one a little bit, and then maybe I'll hop in because I'm a little backwards or unorthodox the way I do stuff sometimes.
So Carlos, I think I'm going to tag you in on here since once again you use your printers for commercial production stuff. What do you do? What's your technique?
I usually start with it before I start with the retraction. I usually always do a temperature tower. I've always found that to be the best. Even if I change filaments, I usually don't change the temperature too much, but usually, you need to do at least one temperature tower. I honestly don't tune the retraction too much. I started with Volcom's config, and it was pretty spot on with the retraction. I only had to, just on certain prints, I would see, some extra, just a little bit of stringing and just a little bit of extra blobs, and I would just back it off a little bit and then just keep going. For me, I very rarely print little trinkets. So if there's a little blob or something, I'll end up sanding it anyway. So I'll just knock off any little tiny blobs with sandpaper. But if I see those blobs, I just, bump back the retraction by like, 0.2 or something like that, or 0.1 millimeters, and just keep going until there's no more blobs. So yeah, I don't really, get too involved. I'm not trying to chase the most absolute perfect print. And it is nice to get that. And sometimes I just print something and it's beautiful, and then sometimes a model just isn't very nice. But I do calibration cubes as well to see, the right heights and stuff like that, and the right widths. But I don't get too involved with it.
I think a calibration cube is pretty vital for one of your first prints for checking. Do you have your settings right? Clipper is now the recommended firmware to be running because it's so versatile and it's easy for us to change on the fly. And when I say change on the fly, it's like it's written mostly in Python, and we have a few people that are able to read and write in Python. I can halfway read it like I'm reading French, but I really can't write. I half the time I don't know what I'm looking at. But it's not too hard to wrap your head around once you've read all the documentation that's scattered all throughout the Clipper repository. And the reason you want to do your calibration cube is probably your best first print is you want to make sure you're getting close to between 19.8 and 20.2 millimeters on your X and Y. And you should be getting really close to 20 on your Z. And if you're seeing 15 or 10, or you're seeing 40, on your X and Y, you've got your X and Y millimeters per step, which is different from every other firmware, wrong. And you need to figure out what's going on. And if it's double the value, it's pretty easy. You can just half it because you got it set up for maybe a 0.9 stepper, or it's set up for 1/32 stepping and you're using 1/16.
Or you have it set up for the old Z, for the V2Z.
Or you have it set up for the old Z and you get that real squished cube.
Yep.
We saw plenty of those back in the day. And I kind of wanted to, so you talked about print quality and retraction. Pressure advance is kind of one of those things, along with something we talk about quite a bit when we're talking to people with help and they're trying to print the 80 tooth. We recommend that as your first print to calibrate your extrusion factor percentage. Depends on what slicer you're using. But flow, I think it is in Cura, which is my favorite slicer of choice. But you want to be able to get your 40 tooth deflanged pulley into the 80 tooth. Shoot, I'm trying to remember what they're called. Is it the V-lock? The outsides. And if it goes in there really firm, you might need to back up maybe 1% or 2% on your flow or your extrusion percentage. Your retraction, as Brack mentioned, I was just going to show. I don't know if my camera can really pick this up because I have it set for the focal length. Yeah, it's not really. I get little blobs. I get little, and it's little left behinds. It's more from it being a Bowden system from retraction. But as long as I don't see wisps, I don't mess with my retraction. I think I'm at 4.0 right now. I just shortened my Bowden. And those little blobs I can knock off with my fingernail. And if I can't knock it off my fingernail, something I always have it handy, sitting right here next to me. I got a big bastard file that I run over the top of all my parts. This knocks off all those blobs in like a quickness. Like literally, they're all gone now. it is that simple. That's why I say people need to get hobby files. This obviously is not a hobby file. I'm a machinist as well. This is what's one of my old files that was worn out. Works great for 3D printing. If your extrusion factor, the easiest way for me to look at mine, am I too far back? Am I under extruding too much? Is I look at my top layers under a microscope. Or I have a 2.4 times magnifier LED light from soldering. And I just put it under that and I look and see, because I can see between the layers then. If I can see I have a definitive gap in between each line on my top infill, then I'm obviously under extruding. I need to start bumping it up. And I go by 1 or 2% at a time. In the beginnings, when I do large factors, my parts are just completely squished. I can see. You think you're under extruding sometimes, like when you're looking at your first, second, third layer, solid layers, because you're seeing these big lines coming up out of the part, and you're like, oh, you think you're seeing gaps, and actually you're just seeing mounds getting pushed up from the side of the nozzle as the nozzle's coming along. It's just pushing it out of the way. So I'll do 5-8%, until I start under extruding and I start bumping it up. And that's what cubes are good for. And when you're talking ABS, your minimum layer time, you shouldn't be going based off just a slicer, having the slicer slow it down, because running too slow can actually put a lot of heat into the filament that you've already deposited the previous layers, and you start getting a lot of weirdness. That's where you get the bendy walls. So you want bigger parts. And the MZ Bot cube that you see a lot of prints of, that's a 30 by 30 by 30. That's just about the right size you need to be printing at like 70 millimeters a second with ABS. And I use that a lot as a calibration device to see those things.
So Andre, what about you? Because I know we've all talked about kind of your tuning trials and tribulations.
My eggs.
I wasn't gonna
Eggs.
I wasn't gonna say it.
It's fine. I like my eggs. I just go by feeling. I don't know. I loaded last time. What I did, just loaded the basic Cura profile and I tweaked it until it's fine. I'm only looking for functional part. I'm really not the guy for like the nicest print quality. It's a plus if I get that, but I really just go, is it fitting where I want it to fit? Fine. Having said that, my current V2.1 is not that great because I thought it was good, but yeah, I had the egg problem, and so everything is crooked. But yeah, if you don't have eggs and you just like functional part, I just go like I tweak it like +1, +2, -1, -2, find it, print good. That's all I want. I just want a result. I'm not really looking for anything more. But yeah, like right now I'm printing one of those Christmas tree. I just switch my temp down because I'm printing PLA, and I went like, okay, retraction for PLA. I just eyeballed it to 2 millimeter, and it seems good. It prints.
You're not printing eggs anymore, right?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so.
I'm printing square now, so I cannot see it. No, I don't think so. I actually measured pro tip, get your belt and measure them like the same exact length. If you're crazy enough, you can count the teeth like Folg. I name him by his real name. If you're crazy enough, just count the teeth. But yeah, this alone made a lot of difference. I just counted I didn't count the teeth. I measured them like exactly, put them in the printer. Don't go too tight, don't go too loose, and doesn't seem to be printing eggs.
Nice.
Yeah, that is something that Fogg has talked about doing. And I actually did it on one of my rebuilds just recently. Was he said, look, get your belts even and equal to the tooth, and that way you know that if you lock them down on one end to the tooth the same, if you pull them the other side and get them even, they're going to have equal tension. And
until they stretch.
What was that?
Until they stretch, but I guess it's not really a problem with Gates belts.
Yeah, since we're supposed to be using Gates belts, that's kind of mitigated. But I do get what you're saying with that.
So what I found actually for that is, and I'm sure people do it, just don't say it very often, is when you pull your gantry forward or backwards, both the left and right should the bearing should bottom out to the 2020 rails at the exact same time. So you notice if you bring it forward, your belt tension is uneven. One side will bottom out, and there'll be a gap on the other side. It's very visible. So when you're tensioning your belts, just make sure you move it forward and backwards, and make sure they bottom out at the same time, and you basically have it tensioned properly at that point.
Yeah, that gets you even tension, because if you don't have it evenly tensioned, it does do that racking like you were talking about, and that's exactly what I do as well. I get my teeth lined up, get everything bolted together, and there will be some variance in that just because of how you assemble things, screw holes being slightly different, everything like that. So there is some adjustment that'll need to be done, even if you have everything perfectly belted exactly the same. But as Carlos said, you get everything to the front, and if it's even, you're good. As far as tuning goes, I tend to print only functional parts. I tend to only print V2 and V2.1 parts. That's kind of like the running joke, is that I don't have time to print stuff for myself because I'm so busy printing for other people.
Thank God it's Christmas.
What was that?
Thank God Christmas is here. You can print a few things for yourself.
You would think that, but what do I have running right now? Another set of 2.1 parts.
You need another printer. That's the solution.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to wind up building a print farm for myself just so I can start farming out 2.1 parts. But for tuning for me, I know what right looks like on parts. And like Andre says, I tune by feel. So, you know, I will start a print and I will stare at that first layer. Max, on the other hand, is just like, yeah, I set it and I go. I walk away. He starts prints and he's not even at home.
No,
I can't do that, dude. Like, I am just watching that first layer like a hawk. And like, if I see anything, I stop it, strip it, and go again, because I'm looking for everything I can see in that first layer. Too close, you start seeing, you know, the washboarding on the top of your print on that first layer. Too far away, you start seeing it where it's not bonding, or it'll start missing places. My extrusion multiplier is wrong. I start seeing through where the fill is on that print. Too high, once again, I start seeing that washboarding. So my first layer to me is what's really, really important. And one thing that I've noticed with the 2.1s and the 2.0, at least for your steps per millimeter and everything on the X and Y, is actually even with a 1.6 and the 1.5 and 1.0 and everything. So the Voron homes to max, which means that it's going and homing at 250, 250, 300, 300, whatever your max X and Y dimensions are, that's where it homes to. So if you tell it to home and it doesn't move in the right direction, well, there's your problem. But let's say it does move in the right directions and it homes and hits 300, 300 and backs off, and then you tell it to go to 150, 150 on that bed, so dead center on the bed, and it's actually off in left field, well, your steps per millimeter are wrong. Or you tell it to move and you just hear those stepper motors whine and nothing happens. Hey, maybe you've got it set for a 0.9 degree stepper and not a 1.8. Been there, done that, got that t-shirt. So for me, tuning on that is very much feel. And then when it actually comes to retraction and extrusion, once again, that's feel. The 82s are phenomenal for actually dialing in that, getting your extrusion multiplier dialed in. They should go together tightly, but you know, you shouldn't have to break out a vise to do it. I can do mine by hand, like literally just like that, and they go together. But as far as retractions go, I got kind of a general idea of where I go, and then I just watch my prints. And if I see some stringing and everything, okay, I bump up my retractions a little bit. And that's the thing, I am very conservative on what my retractions are. So I tend to see a little bit of stringing before I see anything else. And I'll take a little bit of stringing versus over retraction, which sets you up potentially for jams. So it's one of those things. I'll take some string because I can knock those off just with my finger, and I'll call it good.
So coming back around full circle to the actual question, how do we tune? Everybody tunes differently. We all have our ideas on what we want. Actually, I didn't say this, but I'm also all about functional prints. I don't really care about benchies. I've actually mentioned many times that my Cura profile is not going to give you a good benchy. So when I see in G chat, someone's like, I got Maglin's Cura profile, I'm getting ready to print a benchy. If I see that, I try to stop them. Like, you might want to print 3 benchies because it's not going to do so hot on one. Because when you're doing functional prints, you're not printing a single XY joint. You're printing probably as much of the gantry as you can. And the majority of us are always printing Voron 2 parts of some sort, because there's always some new iteration that's come along, or some testing, or we're doing PIF.
Yeah. Talking about the 82. I think I got like 20 of those. Not a single one that fit well. So yeah, I mean, probably the last one is okay-ish. But yeah, you really want to tweak your stuff with that. Well, I mean, it's pretty good to tweak for your extraction and the retraction. But what I wanted to say is print more than one, because I've been printing like one. I'm like, what is wrong with this thing? And oh, you put 2, and then the layer time is longer, and then and yeah, and when you think you need less fan, try more, and somehow you know, I had this weird lifting up of my corner and stuff. I was like, oh, it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too cold. No, it's too hot.
So actually, I've been not printing with a fan at all. I know some of you guys do print with fans for ABS, but I haven't been having very good results. Like it seems almost like if I use 20 or 30% fan, the layer adhesion just is awful. But if I just turn the fan off 100%, then everything looks and is very strong and bonded.
Oh, do you print that hot with your hot-end? Because I'm like
240 usually for my
wow.
Paramount.
I do 235.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was printing 235 for the longest time, and I just recently had to bump mine to 245, and a lot of my problems went away. I was pretty stuck in that 235 mindset.
Yeah, might have to try that.
And then sometimes, what bit me a couple months ago, I kind of like the Ziltech ABS, just the regular ABS they have. It's not the greatest, but it's cheap. And once you figure out how to print it, it prints really well. And I got a batch of what they now call PLA Pro or ABS Pro. It is the worst ABS I have ever printed with in my life. No amount of retraction will stop it from stringing. No amount of slowing down or speeding up will stop it from stringing. It was just a stringy mess. And you can't really print functional parts when you're printing like 10 or 12 parts when there's an every layer change. There's a string going from one part to another. That's a lot of extra post-processing you have to do. That's also a lot of filament that doesn't end up in the part that the tool head went to next. So now you have a slight under extrusion for a little bit. So, and that took me 3 spools to figure out. Like I thought maybe it was dry. So I dried the ABS for 3 hours, and I tried it for 6 hours, and I dried it overnight, you know, for, I think I went 24 hours on one of the rolls. And then I contacted Ziltech, and I was like, hey, this stuff is garbage. And then that's when they told me, oh, our supplier gave us PLA or ABS Pro. I keep saying PLA Pro. ABS Pro. It's supposed to do this, that, and this. You should be printing at this. And I was like, I've done it all. I've tried printing hot. I've tried printing cold. I printed so cold that it was stripping the filament with the Mobius 2. You know, I think I was at like what's that, 220. And it was only at the point of it was too solid to be printing at that I started to not have stringing problems. So sometimes it's just your filament, and you need to switch it up and try something else. Sometimes you've spent all your money building your printer, and all you have are 1 or 2 spools of the same type of filament. And really, the answer is wait for payday and, you know, pick yourself up, maybe some Matter Hackers. Get yourself some known good filament. I'm sorry I said Matter Hackers. Actually, I really like the Paramount stuff. Doc kind of turned a lot of it on the Paramount. They have a great color selection. It prints beautifully. I haven't had a problem with any Paramount. I've only printed probably 4 spools now of various Paramount, but I really like it. It's worth the money.
Yeah, I'm on like my 3rd or 4th now as well. And it's great stuff. So before this, I only use inland filament from Micro Center because I passed by a Micro Center twice every single day, once to work and once back. So I would stop in there, and it was like $15. You couldn't. It's hard to give up. And for the longest time, it was just fine, and I still think it still is okay. But recently, maybe in the last like 2 or 3 months, they did something to their formula, and it is completely different stuff now. It's almost as if it's no longer rebranded eSun.
It's not actually. It's they changed manufacturers. They're buying a different distributor.
There you go. Well, that caused me not to want to use it anymore because it's caused some headaches. So switched over to Paramount, and everything's kosher again.
Yeah, I got Paramount because just on a whim, honestly, I bought one of Paramount's sample packs, and you get, and this is just only a part of it, you get just the stack of filament that in all the different colors they make. So you get to see what all they have, and they have really, really good colors. I mean, you've got this, and this is my contrast right now is pretty washed out because I'm in my kitchen that's got some really bright overheads, but they've got like a British Racing green that's very, very nice. One of my favorites actually is their silver dollar that my V2 is running right now. Actually, give me a second. I want to try one thing really quick. Let me swap cameras. Oh, there we go. So the gray you see right there is actually what they call silver dollar, and it's a gray with silver flecks in it. And so it's a very, very, very clean gray. Let's see if this will work color-wise. So how's that color look on you guys' screen?
Aqua?
Okay, that's supposed to be green. So, all right. So we will just call that probably not going to work. But yeah, they've got some phenomenal colors. McLaren orange is a great one. So you can get a lot of really good colors from them, and they're reasonably priced. I mean, over on Black Friday, they had a bunch of their stuff for $20 a kilo. So, and it prints really, really well. Almost as good as ABS Plus, at least for me. And when I say almost as good, I mean it's a little in terms of tuning. ABS Plus is pretty set it and forget it for ABS filament, but the converse of that is the colors suck. I mean, ABS Plus red is horrible. I bought a few spools of that for print it forward. I ran out of it just recently. I will not buy that color again, period. I will buy Enzo red just because the red is so displeasing on ABS Plus. I know some people have actually said they really like Matter Hackers. I haven't used it, but I want to try it. So I'll probably screw around with it at some point. But yeah, Paramount and eSun are my go-tos.
Yeah, I think when it comes to filament, if you find a good cheap filament you like, kind of stick with it. But there's the reason some filaments are expensive isn't just marketing. I don't know too much about Matter Hackers. I only printed one spool of Matter Hackers, and it didn't seem any different. That's a $25 spool of I think it was black ABS. Someone got for me to print. I can't remember if it was Voron 1 or Voron 2 parts. And I thought it printed the exact same as my $10 spool of Zealtech. So. Sometimes I think these businesses are in it to make a profit, so that's just fine. But the Paramount, I think, is worth the $25 that they charge for it. Generally, it's anywhere from $22 to $25 on Amazon, and in my opinion, there's no better color than that Deception Purple. But it's just my opinion.
So one thing, I run the TriangleLabs filament sensors, and you guys already seen it, but other people who are watching this may not have my stupid printer tricks. So you can do things like that with the filament sensors in the sample packs. So literally all I do is I load in filament and just cut it wherever I feel like I kind of want to change a color. And my filament sensor, when it triggers, it runs out and stops the print. So I load in a new color and hit go and go again. So you can do things like that, or as I said, or showed that. And so it's not that multi-material or some advanced 2-in-1 or 15-in-1 hot end. It's stupid printer tricks.
I need to get one of those.
It's a manual palette.
What was that?
Manual palette.
Yep.
Kind of. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Very good. I was saying I need to get one of those. I've been saying it for 6 months, but I have at least 30 spools that have just enough to not want to start a print on.
Right.
And it'd be nice to get rid of some of that.
So I had gone to printing the panel locks with my spools that you speak of. Like, you're like, I don't even know if it's enough to print like a Z drive or a gear. So it's like, I'm just gonna put it off to the side. And I started printing panel locks, and it's crazy how little filament panel locks take and how awesome panel locks are when you put them on every side of your printer.
Yep.
The panels on the Voron 2 is like my dream printer. I just love removing the doors, putting it on top, messing with my printer, and putting it back on. It's just like so well designed. I absolutely love it. If you don't have panels on your V2, definitely get them and put them on. It makes that printer.
There hasn't been a lot of people that did a serial request that had their panels, which is understandable. You got your printer done. You didn't spend the $100 or 100 whatever it might cost in your country, because I understand USA is probably one of the cheaper places to source all the parts. So you want to get going. Some people are daring and they're trying to print ABS without an air enclosure. But once you put the panels on, it's a completely different printer. And most people will attest to that have printed on it without panels.
Yes, I agree. I'm missing my front door, and I can't do ABS yet. Well, not the way I want it. I want to print and just leave it there.
I'd throw cardboard on it.
Yeah.
I've thrown a piece of that thing, chloroplast, but it's still not there.
So speaking of enclosures and everything, we recommend polycarbonate because it being more thermally stable than an acrylic, or plexiglass is the brand name, and polycarbonate's brand name is Lexan. But what are some other things you would enclose a printer with? So say for your sides and your top and whatnot. If you don't want to use polycarbonate or you don't want to spend the money on it, what do you guys think?
So when I first started, I was at Walmart and I saw this foam paperboard, and I used that for the first few weeks, and it worked just fine. It was just kind of annoying because it wasn't see-through, but I mean it was the same thickness as the polycarbonate basically, and it fit perfectly. So I used that for a few weeks.
Yeah, foam core probably.
Yeah, it was like a little foam core paper.
Yeah,
sheet.
it's like paper on the side and foam and then paper.
That's right. Yeah, I used
they
that.
have this at like any some Michael store, but craft store. Any craft store, they should have this stuff. It's not really good if you don't want it to take on fire, but
yeah, but I mean,
I've thought about that, and then I
catch on fire too. So
I found chloroplast, and I was like, well, chloroplast is just cheap, so might as well.
We have a new challenger who has entered the ring.
What?
David, are you there?
That's a nice pause you got there, Jeremy.
We can see you, David.
Sweet. All right. Just had some network catching up there. Awesome. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Welcome.
So, hey. I've only listened for a couple of minutes, but I know that one of the last topics right there was enclosures. I'm not sure how much of a delay was on the live stream. I'm just gonna echo that comment about having panel locks on the sides also. That is amazing. I'm not sure how well this is gonna work here, but rebuilding number 5 here, and because I've done the panel locks on the sides, I just did the belting, and this access is amazing. And so just printed up a whole extra pile of those guys. And so rather than having to break out the screwdriver every time to pull all of those off, you need to get in and change the belts. You got to get at anything. You just pop those right off. It's so easy. So I'd recommend that for other people as well.
That's actually a really good idea. I never thought of that, but yeah, I should definitely do that.
That's what I've been doing for quite a while, is because we're always taking off the sides to get to something, to change something, whether it be the belts or the wiring, or putting a new part on. I went looking for chloroplast at my local Home Depot, and it was too dang expensive. It was going to cost me like $75 to get the chloroplast to fit my Voron, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. I picked up this 4-foot by 8-foot 90 thou thick. I don't know if it's ABS. It's fiber reinforced plastic. That's what they brand it as. It's $25. I have enough to do like 4 Vorons. And this stuff has been solid. I would not recommend getting white because it turns yellowish from it's a butylene that gets off-gassed and gets covered in your stuff from printing all the ABS. But whatever that is, that yellow gets on there and it looks like cream PCs of the 90s. But they sell black at Lowe's for $50. And it's enough to do, like I said, about 5 Vorons. Or you can go, I think the best route is to go, if you're in the US, Tap Plastics. I think Doc and Volcom and a couple of you guys spent like $90 shipped.
50. It was like 57 for me shipped for everything.
Yeah. Maybe I should do that for an after Christmas present for myself.
It's really nice with them already pre-cut. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, and their cuts are really clean, because I went to Lowe's and had them cut some Lexan for me, and those cuts are just gnarly compared to what Tap Plastics does. And one thing I did, so I've got one printer that has the tinted plexiglass or tinted Lexan on it, and the other is just straight clear. I really like the tinted Lexan, but I will say, if you do that, go ahead and be sure to put a light in your printer, because it will get really dark in there otherwise. Stupid camera trick. So that is how tinted the tinted is, and that's through 2 panels of it, versus that is how clear looks. So I don't know how well that actually is a comparison, but
It looks the same.
Yeah, it looks the same on camera.
Yeah.
well, trying to help you guys out and failing miserably.
Yeah.
I
But
think it's the contrast ratio. I think the camera's trying to do
Yeah,
it.
it's probably adjusting to the tint.
Also, for reference, my back panel is the dark smoke. If you can see that, if I put a light behind it, so you can still see light coming through there. But for day-to-day use, it pretty much looks black. I'm not sure if you were to use that for the side panels, that would be pretty.
Yep.
Hey,
Kelsey
David,
probably stop you for that.
David, who are you on Discord for everybody?
Oh, it's a name that I've never tried to pronounce, but it's basically David.
Yep. So
Just
for those
David?
of you, I was going to say, for those of you following along at home, David here was one of the guys who was instrumental in figuring out how to get Duet to work with multiple probes. So that was one of his big contributions to the community.
And I think while a lot of people have been picking up Clipper and going that route, so far I still have both my printers running on Duet. So I guess I'll sort of carry that torch for a while and make sure we can still print that way.
You gotta convert
wait,
it over
so
to
you're-
Clipper and just see what the dark side feels like.
Never.
David MX or David MX?
That's me. Yep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I used your config for a little while, and I was just gonna say I was very confused. There's like macros and macros.
Well, once we figured out we could use macros, I made a couple like macro calls inside macros, and then it was a week later. David's like, "Hey, I got this figured out. Here it is." And I was like, "Dude, you got nested macros and macros and macros." But I was able to follow it. But I could totally see how some people they were like their heads were spinning around. They were like, "I don't know what is where."
Yeah, and it's funny that all started from trying to be simpler.
Yes.
You know, it started from I don't want to update the same coordinate for where the probe is in 6 different macros. Oh, well, I can just stuff that in a macro. Well, I can just stuff that in a macro, and all of a sudden it gets to the point that I'm probably the only person that remembers where anything is. So that's not helpful. But I think we backed it off a little bit from there, so it should be a little easier. But
there was a file limit that or not 2.0. What was that? 2.2, 2.22. I don't know. The newest version when they went to RTOS.
Yep. I think it was 2.02.
I crashed the DWC.
And we got someone else.
Adam.
Who's Adam?
Hey.
I know the cat.
This is unregistered.
What up?
That guy.
Hey.
Your
I
cat.
decided to join.
Well, good of you to join us, man. So, so
I lost the chat.
what have you heard that you want to weigh in on, or do you want to go off on your own soapbox?
Well, I mean, like, I actually decided to join because of the like Coroplast debate, and then David was stealing the show. I mean, I went for ABS panels for both the rear and also the bottom of my Giraffe, mainly because I could acetone weld stuff to it, and also it looks beautiful. Like, if I had a webcam, I could actually show you, but it's too much of a disaster right now.
Well, I can pull out because I took your lead and got some black ABS from Tap, I don't know if this lighting. So I did a quarter inch on the bottom, and I just cut that up with a router. But then the next,
mine.
That looked really sick.
so then what I did after that was I realized that if I did quarter inch acrylic, I can throw on the laser cutter.
Okay.
Because acrylic cuts so well with a laser.
Yeah, so I have the
nice.
cutouts for the belts and the yep.
Very nice.
So that's an option, and I also did the same thing for the back panel.
That's awesome. I need something like that.
Damn.
Yep. So
That right
yeah,
there
so
is baller fantastic.
Oh, with the number and everything. Oh,
so that's all from again. This is the dark smoke from TAP, and then threw that on the laser cutter, and it has the cutout for the back vent. So it's another option.
One nice thing about having ABS as the back panel specifically is you can actually acetone weld the entire filter assembly to the back, so you actually get more of a airtight seal to it.
Yeah, that sounds nice because that gummy VHB tape was, I don't know if I'm using the wrong kind, but it was kind of a mess, kind of a nightmare.
On mine, I just completely stopped using screws or like bolts or anything on it. It's just acetone welded on there, as is the entire electronics on the bottom of my printer. Everything's just acetone welded, or all the mounts at least, are acetone welded to the bottom panel, and then everything's just mounted to it. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Kind of like a Ether Walker. I don't know how to say his name, but
Yeah, Ether Walker.
he had a great idea of printing. I mean, I wouldn't have tried printing that, but he printed the entire bottom with mounts and everything for his mini Voron.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
nice.
for the baby Voron.
Yeah, that right there was just cool.
So that's why you need a 500 dimension, so you can print the deck plate for your 250 or 300.
That's the only thing you need bigger than a 350 build, so you can print stuff for.
And we've got another guy who joined us, Gregory.
Yeah.
Welcome, man.
Hey, what's going on?
So,
Module.
Yep.
A module. All right. What up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
yes.
Ah, sweet. Hey, I just got off work, got off early for the holidays, so I thought I'd join you guys.
This is early to you?
So for the non-regular
9:30.
that are listening in, I mentioned this before we started. This is literally the first time we've all actually video chatted together ever.
Yeah.
We've kind of known each other off, for the last year and a half, and we've talked a lot. I'm out of eggnog, but cheers.
Cheers.
So for some of us, this is the first time we've actually got a face-to-face.
I actually met Doc a couple days ago, or maybe like a week or two ago. I don't know how long ago was that, Doc?
Probably a month almost now.
Oh, really? Wow, my time frame is way off. But yeah, I live in Atlanta, and Doc, he drives in and out of Atlanta once or twice a month.
Yeah, and so we linked up over by where I work and grabbed a beer, and I picked up one or two parts from him to try and offload, and away we went. But yeah, I mean, this is honestly the first time that any of us have chatted via voice. I mean, heck, I've tried very hard to keep my face off of my YouTube streams and whatnot. So this is the first time most people are seeing my ugly mug.
Well,
You recognize your voice, though.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I think it was it Maglin and I did some voice chats when we were doing FPV flying.
Oh yeah, but I mean, as a group.
Yeah, as
I've
a group.
with Doc a little here and there. I've acted with RCF, and I've acted with you, and many. Oh gosh, V choose #1 because he managed to get #1 when he first got his duet. He was having so many problems back during 1.5 days.
Mr. Coney or something?
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Minas Tony.
Minnesota.
Yes, the Voraluminati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually sat down for 2 hours with him getting his duet going. But other than that, I've never actually talked to any of you guys. And for the most part, it's the first time we've all gotten together. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've always been trying to keep my French Canadian accent at bay. But I guess tonight is the night.
You need to change your profile to your real face.
No. You mean the Asian face? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Real Asian face. Yeah.
I legit thought that was you for the longest time.
So Tim in chat was saying who hasn't done a how I got into printing. So I think we should probably do one for David, then myself, and Gregory.
I got to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Hi, man.
How I got into 3D printing. I'd sort of followed that it existed, and every once in a while I'd glance and I'd see printers were a few $1,000s. And I'm like, it's not really something I'm going to hop into right now. And a while back, I was chatting with a friend. I'm a computer person, and I was explaining how a processor works in terms of sort of an analogy of using water for electricity. And I got off on this crazy idea of actually building one using water and pipes and valves. And that led me to trying to figure out how I could make any sorts of little water valves that I wanted so that I could model a transistor. And so I went and I checked prices again. And at that point, I realized that there were printers that existed that were just a few $100s. And that was a huge drop in price since the last time I checked. And I'm like, a couple $100, I'll try that. I'll see how it goes. And so I picked up a MP Mini, and first print was in love. It was the I started to learn Fusion 360. And since I spend so much time day to day working in a virtual world, working programming and crafting things that don't actually exist, to be able to craft things that don't exist in CAD and print those and make those real was just such it's the most fun I've had since Legos. So fairly shortly after that, I started poking around for what would be another printer to get involved with, and that's actually how I found the Voron community, and started lurking here for a while before I actually jumped in and built one. But that's really what the thing that has kept me with it is that I love tinkering, I love making things, and the fact that I can just dream something up and then make it be is
the best feeling ever.
The best, yes.
I just want to jump in. If you're a guy in a small apartment or condo and you want to build something, the 3D printer is like the best device ever. Because I've been trying to woodwork here. It's like it's so tiny, I cannot do that. Having the CAD file and then having that in your hands like 5 hours later, best feeling ever. If you're a thinker and the maker, best thing ever. And that's when you get crazy amount of passion about that stuff, and you just build printer all the time.
And one of the early things that I made was a little clip to connect, like a hinged joint to connect two monitors together side by side. And it needed to fit the monitor exactly so that it would match. And I was able to do a rough design in just a couple minutes and print it, stick it on there, find the spots where it didn't match, go and tweak it, make a couple adjustments, print another one, check that one for fit, and just the speed that I could iterate and do 3 or 4 revisions and then get something that fit perfectly. I was able to do that in a few hours in the afternoon.
So who's next? I guess me.
Sure.
Sounds like it.
All right. I kind of got into 3D printing just through knowing about it, and then also like going on Reddit and like seeing all the cool prints that people were doing, and I was like, oh, that seems really cool. And I was looking at like the Prusas and things like that. I was like, man, I don't want to spend that much to get into something I might not like. And then I was like, oh, AliExpress. Let's see what they got. Oh, look, $180 Delta printer. Oh, I'm gonna buy that. And so, you know, oh yeah, it actually wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't great, I'll admit, but it got me into it, and I had a hell of a time doing the adjustments, you know, and learning the Delta, you know, the calculation for the Delta and all that stuff. I jumped head first, and I really shouldn't have, because it made me tear my hair out. But it was fun, and then one of the drivers blew up, and I said, well, how do I find the right board? And okay, well, I'm going to spend the same amount I spent on a printer on a control board. So I bought a Duet for my $180 Delta. And I used that for a little while. And then so I want something bigger than I can actually print something substantial on. And I started Googling around, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go Core XY. And then I found the Voron, and I was like, this is awesome. And I joined the community, and it's just been kind of like full bore ever since. And now I've got two Vorons now. My V2's almost done finally after, I don't know, 9 months. So it's been a fun ride, an expensive ride, but a fun ride.
But it's worth the money.
Oh, totally, completely. It's one of the many hobbies, many hobbies I have that you can spend money on, and you actually get something more out of it, you know, if you enjoy it. I think you get more than your money's worth, I think.
I think it's funny. I think most of us got into 3D printing because we saw something we wanted to print. And it's like, oh, well, let me find a printer. I think I can afford $200.
Yeah.
Everyone finds the A8. Not everyone buys it, but you find it, and then you're like, oh, my God, houses are burning down. Apartments are burning down. What should I get? You know, and some of us go the Prusa route. Some of us go, what is that, Flying Dragon or whatever that one. But we start off with a printer, and it's like, this thing's a piece of garbage. Why did I spend $500 on this? And then you start looking at rep wraps, and you go to the D-Bot, and then you're like, Core XY, it looks like it might be the future. Then we found the Voron, and I think the majority of us have never printed that one thing that brought us into 3D printing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still to this day.
Yeah. I mean, that entirely echoes into my own discovery of 3D printing, because like I had seen it and it was cool, but I couldn't even justify the like $300 or whatever to buy a printer and all that stuff. And then I had gotten into a hobby of making bentwood rings, and I needed some tools for that didn't exist at a affordable level, so I bought my printer. Like, oh, I could totally design those up. Tinkercad looks super easy. And I still haven't made those parts. Still, like I printed like 3 designs of a pair of pliers to hold like the ring while I'm putting CA glue on it, and those didn't work. And then I got really deep into printing mods for the printer and kind of going. Like, well, I really hate how this bed just flaps around. Because my first printer was a Monoprice Maker Select V2. And the bed just moved. It was noisy. Took a look around, and it's like, well, I really want the bed to just drop on the Z-axis, but I didn't want to build a D-Bot or a Hevo because that just sounded a little scary. And so I picked up the Folgertech FT5, which is a giant hunk of shit. And after about 4 months of messing around with it and trying to get it to work properly even, and probably about another $400 past the initial cost of it, I stumbled across the Voron when I was looking at a way to make it Core XY kinematics, and then I joined the Slack community, and I was totally convinced that I'm gonna make the FT5 into a Voron 1.5, and it's going to be amazing, and I'm going to have to do very little work. And then I looked into the actual like work that I need to do. Like, mind you, I have a degree in accounting and a minor in computer hardware and software engineering, so I don't have those skills. And after a period of time of trying to just look at it and make it work, it seemed unreasonable to me. So kind of put it on the back burner for a little bit. Was about ready to just go and buy all the parts for 1.5, and then my wife's car broke down, and so I didn't have funds to funnel into a printer. So just kind of sat on the wayside for a bit, and then V0 dropped, or V2.0 dropped, and tax return season had hit, so ended up buying all the parts. I ended up spending way too many hours looking at that interlude video with Timit from the Slack at that time, and then now Discord. Just reverse engineering from the STLs to the video, trying to figure out how to assemble the machine. And yeah, all of a sudden now it's here. I printed my V2 originally on PETG, which then led to another issue of it getting too soft, and then the bolts holding the idlers just kind of started leaning over, and my belts started walking off mid-print. That was really fun. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed the community here. It's been good.
It's funny. I think people don't believe us when we say when we built our first V2s that we did not have really any instruction. Russian Cat Food is pretty busy with his job, and once in a blue moon he'd pop on and be like, "Oh, here's something. Oh, this is how you put that in there. You got it backwards, dummy."
Oh God, I probably have somewhere around like 100 hours watching that stupid interlude video.
Oh man,
it was a lot of fun though.
Oh yeah. And if you haven't seen the video we're talking about, I'll try and throw a link to it here in a minute. But it's just Voron interlude. It was it came out this time last year, I believe.
It did.
And it was the release trailer for the Voron 2 design and everything, and it's just so artistically done.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance, take a watch at that. And Taylor, you joined us as well. Are you so you can talk?
I can keep it down. Little guy's sleeping in the next room, so I don't know how well you can hear me.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. I guess it is showing my real name, but I'm Uber Nero in the Discord, if you want to know. But yeah, my background, I actually work in plastic injection molding. I build 100,000-pound plastic injection molds, so I have a bit of background when it comes to plastics. So I've been wanting to get into 3D printing for a while. My wife actually about this time last year bought me a little Monoprice Select Mini off Amazon because they were on sale. Within about a month, I got sick of it being too small. Within 2 weeks of that, I started building a V1. A month after I finished that V1, I started a V2. And then it's just snowballed from there.
And you had a kid in between, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Basically, with the V1 at the time, I managed to snag serial number 100. But when I started building, I legit went through the list of every single serialized V1 in existence. And I just picked the one that I liked the most to copy, and that happened to be Volcom's. So I built a 300 by 300 by 400 V1 monster. And at the time, I went from a Select Mini to building my own. So of course it was, I'm just going to build the biggest printer. I'm never going to have to build another printer. And the fact is I don't need a 300 by 300 by 400 printer. So when I started building the V2, of course, I went with a 250 cubed, and that thing's been a workhorse since day one. My V1 now is used to hold the bags for printed forward parts until it eventually gets ripped apart to be a V2. But I'm waiting on time to print some parts and some other stuff. So yeah. As for the kid, I work steady afternoons. So I was kind of lucky. He would sleep in the morning, so I could squirrel downstairs to tinker with the printer. That's the only reason I got as much done as I did.
Yeah.
Want to explain your story about printing everything in PETG on a Mini?
Oh yes.
And
So
then,
okay. So Monoprice Select Mini print volume is 120 millimeters cubed. So my actual print history is I got the Monoprice Select Mini, and then I printed a full set of V1.55 parts in PETG, and then I built the printer, and then the V1.55 proceeded to reprint itself in ABS. And then a few weeks later, the idlers exploded, as we don't talk about 0.55 anymore. So it reprinted itself in ABS for V1.5, and then it proceeded to print itself a V2. And then the V2 printed a V2.1, and also a bunch of parts that went right into the bin before they even became a printer. And now it's been up to 7, I think, printed forward kits so far, plus a bunch of other stuff. And as for the reason we got into printing, I still haven't printed my Iron Man helmet yet. I have the files. I just have not gotten around to it. Every time it's like, oh, hey, I got a few days off. Hey, I'm looking to build a Voron. Could you print me a set of parts? And now, okay. And going way back to the Coroplast, my bottom plate is a 1/8 inch sheet of aluminum that I've tapped and drilled and mounted my whole electronics enclosure to. But at the time, that was the kind of easiest way to do it for the way the layout worked with the duet and everything. So because I had access to it, yeah, why not?
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
Yeah, nothing moves. It is a solid plate, and it's great because you could just put anything wherever and just punch a hole in it, drill it, tap it. So,
well, you can.
Oh yeah, that was another reason. So the reason I went with the Voron, at the time before I did spend about a week or two looking into it. And it was either going to be a Hevo, a D-Bot. I think I was looking at a Fuse box for a bit, and then I went to r/reprap and searched by top viewed all time, and there's a post from Max from like 2015, I believe, with like a pre 1.0 Voron, and I was like, oh, okay, that looks cool, and rods I can get free from work, so I'm gonna build that because I can get the stuff for it for free. And then it snowballed from there.
Oh, you didn't stalk like every post that he ever posted?
Well, that was after.
That's just me. Yeah, I saw a picture of that thing, like probably the same you saw. I was like, what is this? This is the best thing ever. It's so minimalistic. It fits in a box. And then I stalked every post that Russian cat food ever made. And then, oh, he got his own subreddit? Holy crap.
Yeah, my biggest pet peeve with rep wraps is, and you see it all the time, where somebody builds a D-Bot or a Hevo or an i3 style bed flinger or some other design, and some people spend all this time making it look good, and then you got a duet or a ramp slapped on the side with the wires sticking out everywhere and exposed terminals, and you're like, come on, man, like cable management.
There's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said about like aesthetic design along with practical design.
Yeah.
I think that's what drove most of us to the Voron.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing for me. Like I looked at D-Bot, I looked at Hevo, and like they looked like all right printers, but there was just a lot of sharp edges and a lot of parts that just looked like crap. And
yeah, the D-Bot especially. The D-Bot is a pretty ugly printer.
Well, I mean, it was designed in paint, but
yeah. I honestly don't even know why I chose it. I would have built a Voron had I seen it before, but I don't crawl around on Reddit, I suppose enough.
I know a lot of people who have a D-bot, and like for the most part, they're happy with it. A lot of them call it the D-butt.
I think the reason why is because when I built the D-bot, it was on Thingiverse, right? And that's like where everyone starts getting models and stuff. They go on Thingiverse, and I was looking for 3D printers to build on Thingiverse. I wasn't thinking that there are other things, other places, and it had a somewhat of a manual. It had a BOM, right? And it had most links from Amazon and Ali and all these places. It seemed pretty complete at the time. The Hypercube wasn't made at the time. I remember watching the videos. My D-bot was already built when the videos started coming out. And I never thought to, I don't know why, I should have just Googled building a 3D printer. I'm sure Voron would have came up, but I didn't. I saw D-bot first on Thingiverse, and I always kind of wondered why the Voron wasn't on Thingiverse. So not 100% sure on why it wasn't. I guess you don't want it on there, replicating itself and ugly mod.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear too, but I think I heard something about licensing.
There's licensing.
And IP, yeah.
MakerBot.
MakerBot.
That's a good reason.
I mean,
go
ahead.
No, you first, sir.
All right. I mean, I had looked at a ton of different designs when I was sick of my Maker Select, and I was also looking at a ton of designs when I was dealing with all my FT5 issues. And everywhere I was looking, it was Thingiverse. I was looking at Thingiverse for all of this. It just was a pure chance of luck for me to even discover Voron actually through Thingiverse, because I ran across Volcom's mods for the 1.5. I tried looking for more, and I couldn't really find that much about the Voron on there, and ended up just doing a Google search and finding the community, seeing the just even on the GitHub, there was some sort of link to a print it forward thing, and it sounded like a solid community that not only is striving to design something aesthetically pleasing, but also to support the community itself.
Yeah, and a lot of us, at least from my perspective, and Print It Forward's my baby. I realize that. But we really want to see people succeed. It's not that we want to weight anyone down or you have to do it our way or the highway. We want to see you succeed. And that's why we push you to do certain things, is because we know they work. Get something that works and then experiment. It's like if you have a printer, don't take your working printer apart to build another one. You need at least one working printer before you start really diving in and experimenting. But another thing to me that kind of caught my eye with the community was that we've got the serial registry, which is something I haven't seen on any other community 3D printer. I realize there's probably hundreds of D-bots out there and everything else, and there's probably hundreds of hypercubes, but there's actually a registry that if you are passionate about it, you build it and you show it off, and that's part of kind of the legacy there, that you can say, hey, I was number 70 for a V1 and serial number 75 and 76 for a V2. I should have been, I think, serial number
64.
Oh, yeah. And I should have been 64 on a V1, by the way, but that's a different story for a different day.
You were 64.
Yep. That is a different story, different day. But I probably, for a V2, should have been somewhere in the 7-8 range for being it. But I just never went for a serial. And it kind of turned into inside joke that I was the guy without a V2 that was talking about V2s. But to me, the aspect of having the serials and having that, you know, listing of people that you could see, hey, so this person did this, I could actually go and see everyone's design decisions and see what worked for them and what didn't, and kind of have a yardstick for things. And that's, to me, what was really drove me to this versus a D-Bot, or, well, the Hypercube may or may not have been around. I didn't find it at the time. Or a console, because I was actually looking at building a console at the time. So, the community is what brought me here as well.
Yeah, that list of all the different currently existing printers, it's very good if you want to know, what color you may want to do. V1s, there are some mods for it, at least pre 1.6 now. So you could get a list to see how other people have done, and you can pull those ideas. And instead of just going on, Thingiverse or whatever, these machines actually work.
At least enough to print off a calibration cube or a benchy.
Well, I mean, like, as far as serial requests go, like, it's not like we have the strictest requirements for printing and getting a serial. Like, as long as you're spitting plastic and it's somewhat sticking to the bed, you can get a serial.
Your wires have to be managed now. We do have that requirement.
Yeah. I mean, we've gotten classier in our days. We've stepped up from the $2 bottle of wine or whatever.
Yeah, $2 check.
Yes.
But it is really nice to see what has been done, what does work, and what's been really interesting to me is, despite there being 2 Vorons that have 500 on the Z, that we haven't seen a lot of that, because there's both Code Xmas's or Code Christmas.
I'm always going with Code Xmas.
Yeah, Code Xmas, and then myself with the 500Z, which actually both of us live in the same city, and we've gotten beers a couple times.
It's something in the water, I tell you.
Yeah, that Portland area.
Oh, which Portland? The good one?
I rest my case.
I think it's also has to do with most people pop in the Discord before they do the build, and when they show up and say, I want to build a 500mm cube Voron, there's a cacophony of people kind of smacking that idea down. So,
or even people saying,
hold up.
Then again, my V1.
There's a third. I can never pronounce his name. I just call him Blox. He did build a pretty big Z Voron too.
Oh yeah, it's a Blox.
Who built the crazy one in his a crazy V1? It's like 600 or 700.
That was on the Facebook, I believe.
Did it actually get made?
I could check.
I think that one still exists. I thought that one had actually gotten a serial and then like changed owners.
Oh god, I found a picture of it.
I know the one you speak of, or at least the one that changed owners, but I don't know the Mondo one, if it was ever finished. And it was a 1.5, not a 2, because the 2 design is more stable in the Z than a 1.5, as I understand it.
Yeah, it would be more stable. It does get compoundingly more expensive as you increase on the Z, because that's where the majority of your MGN rails are. And then also you come with the added cost of increasing your Bowden tube, which is a problem in respect to retractions. Like, all y'all are talking about retractions of like 2 to 4 millimeters. I'm rocking 6, and sometimes considering bumping up to like 7 or 8. So it becomes a problem in that regard. And then also just servicing the machine. Like, if you ever decide that you need to plug something in to the bottom of the printer, that's almost an entire like 2-3 hours of your day that you're taking to disassemble things and then set the printer just on its side. Like, I generally have to take off my panels, I have to take off the back panel and the Mobius, undo the extruder. It's a whole ordeal.
So are you saying that if you had the chance to go back and change your mind, would you probably go to a 250Z or a 350Z, something like that?
Oh shit, yeah. I would stick with 300 by 300, and then my Z would be 350. The only reason that I go with 350 is because I want to still retain the full square that I could print with a volcano installed.
And Christmas tree.
There are a few things that I want to print, or that I have or am printing, that I do need the extended Z for. Like right now, I'm printing a couple of Godkiller Wonder Woman swords.
Ooh.
So having that extended Z is really helpful, because then I don't have to rely as much on bonding the printed parts into multiple pieces for the sword itself. But for the most part, it's kind of a waste. It was more just a decision that I made because I had the FT5 before, and I wanted to at least retain the volume from my FT5.
Yeah, my V1, the 300 by 300 by 400, I've only maxed that thing out twice, I believe, and I've only gone above 300 maybe a handful of times. But when that thing gets bumped up to a V2, I think it's 330 by 330 by 420. So the V2 is more space efficient with the same size frame. I considered chopping it down, but yeah, I'll roll with it. If it becomes too much of an annoying, I'll bust out the chop saw.
Well, the other thing that's really nice about the V2 design is because the gantry is moving and the build plate is fixed at the bottom. Is if you do have that high Z high Z height, for most of the prints that you're staying at a reasonable part size, you're not slinging the weight around all up so high. The center of gravity is way down by the build plate.
Yeah, the 500Z hasn't been an issue for me for the majority of my prints, and even in my prints that have maxed out my Z height, it hasn't really been an issue. It more becomes an issue when you're printing tall, thin things. Like if you're printing the engineering stick, like you're gonna end up with just a wobbly ass print no matter what, because the footprint on it just isn't there to support the print itself. The other, just I guess, funny part to me is my 300 by 300 by 500 V2 was smaller in footprint on the X and Y, as far as what it takes up on a desk, and also shorter than my FT5. And I still had an additional, I think it was 50 to 100 millimeters on the Z-axis.
I've actually looked into that for the V2. I can't find another printer that has a more efficient build size, both X, Y, and Z, to actual, like, how much room it takes up on your desk, actual physical size. And then going back to the moving gantry, another thing that a lot of people don't realize with the gantry moving, your gantry weighs the same at the beginning of the print, at the end of the print. Unlike a bed flinger, or to like a lesser extent, a moving Z, as you add plastic to the bed, it weighs more. It'll behave slightly different. So you might get slightly different artifacts at the beginning of your print versus the end of the print with a bed flinger or a moving Z versus a Voron, where your gantry should behave the same throughout the entire print. As you go up higher, you might get a little bit more wobble, but most of the weight's down low, which you're adding more weight to. So it's going to be a lot less than most other printers because your moving mass is consistent.
Yeah, that's very true, and it kind of echoes a little bit into the bed moving on the Z-axis. There is, from what Max mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the center of gravity of your printer definitely does kind of play into the shake of the overall artifacts that you see in your printer. But with the V2, as you get higher up in the Z, it doesn't really behave that much differently. That's kind of why I moved over to just the bed not moving on like the Y-axis, because I've seen enough videos of like the 500 by 500 by 500 CR10s that are out there where they're printing, and then all of a sudden the plexiglass sheet or the glass sheet that they have ends up sliding off because of just the sheer amount of mass that they're moving. And for those printers, that's like a 3-day print that just slid itself right off the bed, quite literally.
And that same print on the Voron might take 18 to 21 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done the math, and I've actually done the prints. We're like, oh, that guy spent 80 hours to print that. I can do that. And yeah, the slicer says 18. Go.
Yeah. Giant poop emoji. What?
Yeah.
Oh, you have this thing around.
Somebody mentioned the volcano a few minutes ago, and I was showing, or a friend was showing off benchies, and so I had my volcano installed at the moment. So I fired up a benchy and printed it on the volcano in 13 minutes.
Wow.
It was probably ugly, but it was a 13-minute benchy, by God.
It was a 13-minute benchy.
So one thing Taylor mentioned was that the basically the space efficiency of the Voron design, and that's something that Max has talked about a few times, and it may be kind of back in the apocrypha of early Slack days, but the whole goal of the Voron was to beat an Ultimaker in terms of space efficiency, basically printable area versus size of the printer area. And so the V1.0, 1.5, and now 1.6 really was designed to beat that. And then with the 2.0, the 2.1, the 2 series is even more efficient than the 1 series. I mentioned before that I've got a 320 by 320 by 300 V2.1, and that actually started life as a 300 by 300 by 300 V1. So just by changing to the 2.0's kinematics and movement system, I gained 20 millimeters X and Y, which is not inconsequential.
No, it isn't. And when we're talking about the actual footprint that it takes up, another factor to take in, especially if you're printing an ABS, is your enclosure. With V2, your enclosure is just built in. Like, your footprint isn't any bigger, or maybe you could say that it's like 5 millimeters bigger total on each side. But I've seen numerous bed flingers and then also D-bots and Hevos where the enclosure itself is almost 2 times the size of the actual footprint of the printer that it needs to run.
Yeah,
that's honestly impressive.
That's
And
the
then you
only
have
thing I don't
deltas.
like about my V1 is the Coroplast box that I have that's like twice the size of my V1 that I have around it to keep it hot. It works really well, but it's a pain in the butt sometimes to work with.
Well, and you say the value of having that enclosure, like the enclosure is brilliant. It is so space efficient, and it's just part of the design. I love that. But you mentioned that it's valuable for printing ABS, and I'd just like to toss out there that it's also valuable for printing if you have pets.
Ah, that's true. Yeah. Fortunately, my cat doesn't enjoy my printer at all. She knows where she is allowed to be and in my office, and doesn't play with my printer. But that is actually a point that a couple of my coworkers who picked up Ender 3s brought up. They picked up Ender 3s, and their cats are having fun with the printer.
Yeah, and anybody that's seen my my second build video has gotten a taste of my cats being all over while I'm trying to print. So again, living in an apartment with not a lot of doors, as soon as I start doing anything with anything with my hands, the cats are interested. They want to know what I'm playing with. So especially if you're starting wires involved, trying to string the wires or the belts. It's a fun evening.
Yeah, I had some fun with my cat when I was trying to lay out my second harness for my V2, because she thought that they needed to go downstairs and had grabbed them and then ran downstairs.
That's. I suppose you could give her the spine that you pulled out when you pulled out the belt chains.
Yeah, but that looks very nice hanging on the raven skull that I have mounted on the wall.
Yeah, I've got 2 of them right now mounted on the wall right by the door of my printer room.
So when Skynet takes over, you can show it who's boss, so it knows not to mess with you, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. I know that that's coming.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I work in marketing automation, and AI is a topic that we frequently talk about.
So actually, mentioning the Ender, and we've all kind of mentioned how we got started. I know we're all kind of biased, and the Voron is our ideal printer, but since Christmas is literally right around the corner, if, say, you had a relative come to you and say, I've got $300 to $400 and I want to get a 3D printer, or I want to get a 3D printer as a gift for someone, what would you say?
I mean, as far as me, so I had mentioned that I have coworkers that have the Ender 3. I actually have 3 coworkers right now that have an Ender 3, and all 3 of them had expressed interest in the Voron. And because this was their first printer, I had told them, like, you're just getting into this. You have this very slight interest into 3D printing. Get an Ender 3, figure out printing on the Ender 3, and if it works out okay, and you want to build something better, I will print you the parts, and you can build a Voron. I will help you through the whole thing. But I can't, in my own good conscience, especially knowing myself, I can't tell them, go and drop $1,000 on something that you're potentially not going to enjoy. And as far as that being said, I don't like the Ender 3. I will never own an Ender 3. And I just don't like the printer. I don't like the company's practices. But as far as an intro into the hobby, it is one of the better routes to go, especially when people are wanting to have that build experience of building up a printer. Sure, you could go and buy an ANET A8. That's where that one really looks appealing, because it is a kit built printer.
And it's
But it's not as safe. It's not good. You're going to go into the hobby hating everything. Whereas the Ender 3, you're going to hate a few things. You're going to have this noisy ass printer, and it's going to be singing to you the entire time it's printing. But it's at least safe, and it does produce decent results.
That and the Ender printers have a really good modding community. There's a lot of people that have made mods for them and upgrades and ways to make it much more efficient on a budget.
Yeah, it's a good gateway drug into printing, really.
Yeah.
When it comes to recommending 3D printers, I will never recommend the Voron as a first printer for anyone.
No.
But I always ask them what your budget is, and of course it's always like $200.
Mm-hmm.
Like, $200 isn't going to get you much, but if that's really all you have to spend, I will print you whatever you need. If you have $300, how about this Monoprice Maker Select Mini?
Yeah.
Filament for it, because people are like just looking at the printer. They're not looking at how much money they're going to spend in filament. So that's usually the printer I recommend on the budget. And if someone's got $800, I recommend the Prusa MK3. We make fun of bed flingers, but my MK3 is an amazing printer. That thing turns out great prints all the time.
After or before you printed in ABS?
So I'm true. I have never printed an MK3 with PET-G. It started life with ABS. I still have the original PET-G parts still in the bags. So that might have some reason why I have different experiences with it. But
it's probably a good printer. I mean, they're selling them like hotcakes.
I mean, Prusa does really good stuff. I only
Really good
have
marketing.
Oh yeah, I mean that too. And I mean, largely what you're paying for with the Prusa price is not the actual printer or the parts; it's the support. But like I know people personally, like in real life, that have the Mark III and have had so many issues with it. And at the one of my coworkers has the Ender 3, and he actually wants me to print him off a set of V2 parts. His initial budget was $1,000, and I told him, I'm like, I get it. You believe that you really want to get into this, but it's a fiddly ass hobby. You're going to be frustrated a lot of the time, especially when you're getting started. Start cheap, and if you're the give it up type, then you'll give it up and you'll have some money to take your partner out on a nice dinner or something.
Right.
And chances are you can sell that cheap printer for at least 50% of what you paid for it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, totally. You can easily get out the same, if not even more, because I mean, I don't know if y'all have ever looked at Craigslist for 3D printers, but like people sell them for stupid amounts of money on that.
Insane.
Well, they're asking for stupid money anyway.
See, I've been a fan of the for recommending the Monoprice Select Mini. I started with that, and it's a very as much as it doesn't exist in 3D printing, it's very turnkey. You take it out of the box, you have to take some tape off of a few areas, load some filament, and hit start, and it'll print. It's very noob friendly, but you also reach its limits very quickly. Again, it's only 120 millimeters cubed, PTFE lined hot end. It is a V5, I believe, out of the box, so you can swap it to a V6. So you can print some hotter stuff. The bed struggles to reach ADC, so ABS you might be able to get by with the eSun ABS Plus, but like regular normal ABS, good luck. I've tried. But it's very turnkey, and if you can get it on sale, you can get it for under $200. If the person who is asking, if I think they're just going to, print a few things off Thingiverse and they'll probably get bored with it, I'll recommend the Monoprice because it's more turnkey, it's simpler, they're less likely to run into any major issues. If the person asking is like me, somebody who likes to fiddle with stuff, likes to tinker with stuff, I'll probably recommend an Ender 3, or if they want to spend a bit more money, a Prusa Mark II or Mark III kit. Make them build the printer so they know how to fix it.
A large part of the reason that I usually recommend the Ender 3 is people who are interested in getting into it also have the size complex, where they're wanting it to be a big giant printer. They're wanting a printer that's 500 by 500 by 500, and recommending a smaller printer like that, a lot of the times they just, in my experience, don't take the advice and then go and drop the money on something that is ridiculous. So I'm a moderator on the 3D printing Discord as well, and one of the other moderators, Billy Rubin, she has the 500 by 500 CR10 and has just now, after like 6 or 8 months of having it, been able to finally print to the bed.
So
I think another an important takeaway from this whole topic is that for people that are getting into 3D printing, it is good to start with a less expensive printer to get your feet wet before jumping into something really pricey. But that it's important to make sure that that printer that you get is safe, because there are dangerous printers out there, and you don't want to burn down your house. You don't want to lose your loved ones more than you want to spend save a couple dollars. So when you're looking at getting that first less expensive printer to see if you like the hobby, do your research and make sure that whatever you're getting is going to be safe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, another ANET or ANET 88. If you go on the subreddit 3D printing, there's another ANET fire. So avoid those like the plague. And then also a small little segue. If you're looking to dive right in and go straight to building a Voron, I wouldn't recommend buying a printer just to print Voron parts and then selling it. Just get somebody to print the parts for you, either local or through PIF, because my Select Mini has been in parts in the basement since my V1 came online. So
that, and with the print it forward, you're going to get much higher quality parts out of it than if you were to use, say, a monoprice Select Mini, you know.
Or even like Ender 3, like you're gonna have to try to finagle a printer with a, I want to call it a PCB bed. It's probably the wrong term for it.
It is.
it is.
12 volt.
Okay, so like you're gonna
be.
It's gonna be a terrible experience. And if you're getting a printer just to print the Voron parts, you're going to have a terrible experience, and you're going to wonder why you even wanted to get into printing to begin with.
Most cheap printers can't do ABS well. They lack the ability to heat the bed consistently and hot enough, and most of them are bed flingers, so you're going to have the draft issue.
Well, the other bigger issue, too, is the beds are, from my understanding, cold-rolled aluminum, which, as soon as it heats up, the cold-rolled parts start to let the various stressed parts flex a lot worse.
Oh, totally. If you're looking into like metallurgy, most printer beds are literally just a sheet of cold rolled steel. The reason we go with the Mic 6 or the ATP5, it's cast aluminum, it's a tooling plate, it's blanched ground, it's accurate to within a few thou over a 4x8 sheet. Like, this is a precision thing. So the thermal stress is when you heat it up, it'll be more even. It won't potato chip as much as, you know, a sheet of aluminum off the rack at Home Depot.
Unless you're Volcom.
Yeah, but he's the outlier.
Yeah, he kills everything. Okay.
Exceptions to the rules.
But you know what you guys say about the bed size, thickness, and material and everything is really a valid point. I mean, I'm sure you saw it, Taylor, with your Monoprice Mini, and I saw it with a Mini Delta from Monoprice because I bought one of those because Deltas just look cool when you watch them. And hey, it was $170 when I backed it. And how bad can it be for $170?
I lost flatness in about 2 to 3 weeks of printing. Now, also another thing you gotta remember, most of these printers come with like a build tack or faux build tack surface on it. So if you're printing and you squish that first layer down a bit, you're prying your part off after the print cools. You're gonna bend that bed, even if it's not the heat doing it. Your spatula and prying, these beds are thin. They're gonna bend.
Yeah, I've seen beer cans thicker than some of these beds.
Yep.
And so it is something to keep in mind. Like if I had kept that little Mini Delta and I got rid of it because, God, that thing was noisy. I swear it was locked to like 1 in 4 stepping and it just rattled. But anyways, that's a side note. If I had kept it, I would have gotten a chunk of Mic 6 to just drop in as a bed for it because it had this tiny thin aluminum plate as a heat bed that if I took it up to anything over about 60 C, it turned into a taco and would warp.
I ended up going to the dollar store and buying like a stick on the wall mirror kit. They had them for like $1 for 4 of them, and it happened to be the perfect size. And I used that all through printing my V1 parts.
Yep.
Yeah, you went probably through the most painful printing process out of anyone else here, because you started off with your Mini, and then you printed everything in PETG, and then you reprinted everything in ABS, which meant, when I say reprinting, you're also rebuilding.
Yes. But luckily that was a V1. The V1's a lot simpler and quicker to build than the V2 for one. And also, I will say though, those PETG parts looked actually fucking amazing.
They did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That color, fantastic.
But they were printed at a flat 30 millimeters a second max. It took over 2 weeks.
That hurt.
Actually did the same thing with the V2. Is I printed all of the V2 parts 2.0 on MP Mini Delta, which is also 120 millimeter diameter. Printed those in PETG, built the V2, used that to print ABS parts, tore it down, rebuilt it, and then we've obviously been going through a lot of iterations on the design too, and so there are rebuilds that have gone through with that, and at least a couple times I have made that mistake of taking apart my one working printer to rebuild it, find that I'm missing a part, find that I have to reprint a part, and then had to go beg for help for somebody. I know Doc bailed me out of a jam a while back. I had a guy at work help me out as well too. So yeah.
So the winner is still
Andy
Slun, Andy S. Lund. I can't remember. He did a V1 in PLA, but I give him credit because it was on a 101 Hero.
Oh,
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Holy smokes. That was nuts.
Yeah. So, David, I got to ask, is your Mini Delta as noisy as mine was?
Without knowing how noisy yours was, I'm going to say yes. That thing is so loud.
Yeah,
was it a driver thing or a mechanical thing?
So it's a combination of the drivers, which are 4988s, and it's a aluminum sheet metal frame for it, so everything just bolts to it, so the thing resonates.
Oh.
So basically, you have your steppers bolted to a megaphone on 4988s. So
the other issue that I had.
The same board. If it's the same board as the MP Select Mini, it's a 32-bit board, but they're actually not 4988s. They're H4988s or whatever. They're not true A4988s.
Is that the Melzi?
Oh, wow.
No, it uses its own board. It's not actually a bad board.
It's an STM, I want to say. It's STM
yes.
board.
So I haven't compared, but one small piece of evidence that they might be the same board is I remember an early bug in the firmware was that when you would pause a print, it did a head move action that would correspond to doing a Cartesian head move, and that was very bad with the Delta geometry. It would just go and crash the head, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually the same board.
It is the same board.
And I had to look into it because I actually fried my my part fan, because on the MP Select Mini, a big downside of it, your part fan is also your cooling fan. You only have one fan, so if you wanted to turn down your part fan, you turn down your cooling fan too. A common mod is to put a Noctua fan on it. I shorted it out, so I lost control, so my fan was fully on, so I was looking at potentially replacing the board, but it doesn't even run Marlin or any common 3D printing software. It runs a version of Gerbil, I believe. It's its own thing. Yeah, it's not running a normal 3D printer software. It's its own thing. It does have runaway protection though.
So interesting enough, Gerbil is actually a pretty awesome motion planner. They stole it from Smoothie, which Clipper also stole the motion planner from Smoothie. I shouldn't say stole, borrowed, used.
Open source.
And GRBL is actually really awesome for what it is. It's about the best you can get for a CNC platform.
It's all locked down though on the Mini. It's fully locked down. You could do a few EEPROM things like play with steps per millimeter, but to my knowledge, unless it's changed, you can't really change much.
That's true.
Yeah, and that was actually my biggest complaint with that printer was the calibration. The Delta calibration was slightly wrong when on mine, and so they adjusted it by doing like a spherical bed correction, but that doesn't actually match the geometric problem that I had. You can fix it. You can calibrate it by adjusting, tuning the delta parameters for the radius and the arm length and stuff like that. But if you write it to the firmware and then read it back from the firmware and you print out the values, it tells you it's right, but it didn't actually reload those values. It's still using the baked in values. And so if you try to fix the configuration, you bang your head on the wall trying to figure out why it's not working. What I ended up doing with that printer was essentially writing a startup, a config script that would adjust all the geometry parameters. And you just have to run that run that script before every print that you do.
So it's part of your.
And once I did that, sorry.
So it ended up being part of your start script for your slicer.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And yeah, once you do that, once you actually get it calibrated correctly, then the print quality was really good for the money that you spend. It was really loud, and those firmware issues were a pain. But it's a great place to start as long as you have doors.
So this kind of goes into what Tim asked us a little bit ago. I told him we'd get into it. What are some features that we would like to see incorporated into Voron, whether it be V1 or V2?
A proper camera mount.
Holy smokes! There is something.
Yeah.
That, yes.
Lights.
We have lights if you want. Mod file.
Like official one, I guess.
Well, the lights have been actually adopted from the repo or from the pull request, so they're about as close as you can get. And I mean, honestly, the mounts are really, really clean.
Yeah.
At least for the LED bars I'm running.
Yeah, I've got the same ones. It's a super clean setup, and what I did for mine is I actually sleeved the cables, and that made the cables bulky enough to where you could actually just shove it into the slot of your Z extrusion, and it doesn't interfere with your front idlers, front or rear. So you can actually run it down, and then I have mine wrapped down into the bottom compartment and then zip tied. You can't see it once it's done, but it's zip tied to the Z drive. So it essentially goes down through the cutout you have to do in your bottom plate for your Z belts. So when you look at it, all you see is my lights and then a slight wire coming off of it and going into the extrusion. It's real.
Yeah, I did mine similar. Go ahead.
Oh, I just have a Home Depot generic plug-in LED shop light just sitting on top of my printer. It works. But yeah, camera mount. The problem is it has to move. So you have to kind of slide it, like you got to kind of run it along with the tape chain or belt chain or whatever the heck it is now. And somebody hasn't figured out a good way yet, or at least nobody's posted anything that's solid yet.
Yeah, I've not seen a good way to get a camera in there. I know, we'll see, that's the thing. I still run Duet, or Duet if you're DC42, but Rep Wrap firmware is the proper firmware name, everything. There's no good way to run a camera with that as a part of that firmware. So I've looked at it several times, though, because I do like time lapses and everything else. There's no good mount spot. I mean, the best place to do it would be on top of one of the front idlers, but those are very, very small. So maybe an uncased camera on one of those front idlers riding up. Or
you have to be careful because
the
head get pretty close to those idlers, though. So you have to not hit the belt, not be able to been hit by the head. You can't have it on any of the extrusions on either side because the tape chain crosses over at any point there. And I run Rep firmware too. I legit just have my Raspberry Pi that I used for my V1. The camera, I just have it dragged over and sitting on top of my V2. So I can't octolapse or anything, but at least I can watch it through that.
There is definitely no good place to put a camera inside there because of space efficiency.
Yeah, my current setup is if you go on Thingiverse, there's a gantry style camera mount for the V1 that clips onto the front 2020. It sticks out about, I don't know, 7-8 inches. I took that off my V1 and it's like sitting at like a 30-degree angle, just kind of resting on the front looking down. So I can't see first layer adhesion, so if parts start warping up, I can't see, but at least I can see if something starts moving. So better than nothing.
Yeah. Well, another factor with possibly with the cameras is enclosure temperature, right? I know just for printing ABS, my enclosure is usually I try to keep it around 45 C, but summer was getting hotter than that. And I know we have some people with us tonight that have been printing in more exotic materials and at higher temperatures. So anything that you put inside there is going to be subject to that temperature. And I don't know what the operating ranges are for those, but one thing that actually somebody mentioned shop lights. This little IKEA clip-on light has been great for me, and I clip it right on the front handlebars there. And
nice.
So I don't know if I'm pointing this in the right direction. Oh, there we go. And so, maybe putting something on that front extrusion there where the handles are, you could actually mount a camera outside of the enclosure. It wouldn't have the Z travel, but if you're trying to do a time lapse of your part, you can still have it just with the part fixed in frame. Or I guess even you could do that on the sides also, but those extrusions, like where the handles are around the side, you could maybe put something on the outside.
So one thing I've done is I have got this just gooseneck camera arm that I've bolted to my kitchen counter that runs out. And so that's an iPhone camera mount, which I can use for streaming. But so basically I can just bolt the camera to it and point it at my printers that way. And so that's what I've done. And yes, this is what you can get away with when you're a bachelor, but that's the other way I've seen of doing it.
I just have my camera just sitting on the top polycarbonate, just pointing right down. No mount or anything. It just sits there. It works pretty well, actually.
It works until you start to have parts peeling up and you don't notice, and halfway through a print you have to cancel it. That's the only downside with the top looking down. And then I've been tempted to kind of modify it so that it mounts to the side, because right now I have to take the camera off to take the front panel off. So I've been thinking of trying to mount it to the side so it kind of clears the panel, and then it kind of looks straight in from like midpoint. But then you have it sticking, I don't know, I'd have to do the math on how many inches I'd have to stick out for the camera to get a full view of the print surface. And then you risk bumping into it if you're not paying attention, because you have something sticking out off the front of your printer. It ruins the lines of the design.
Yeah.
It's funny. That's probably the number one complaint I think the majority of us have, is there's no good place to put a camera. I just don't bother. I don't bother with the camera.
My printer's in the basement, and I run my printer lights out most of the time. Like I'll hit cycle start, walk away, and I have a third monitor mounted to the wall above my computer setup, and I just occasionally look up just to make sure things are going well. So because it's downstairs, and I might go the whole 13-hour print without actually seeing it, I do like to be able to see it at least, just to make sure a motor didn't jam or something, like the other day where I had a stepper decide to turn off for no random reason, and printer started just moving only in a diagonal for I don't know how many hours.
Gave you a nice good block of ABS though.
Yeah, I got bigger at work.
You should call it art.
Oh, you should see. ABS. I work with ABS. I'm around plastic injection molds at work. We go through several thousand pounds of the stuff on a tryout day. You're not going to die from your printer printing a spool of ABS in your house. I can't believe how many people think they're going to freak out and they're going to start get the black lung and start coughing out their lung. Okay, it's not good for you, but if I can stand next to an injection mold that is shooting parts that weigh several pounds constantly all day, and the government says the air is perfectly fine, printing 1 kilo of ABS over a 36-hour period in your house with your air conditioning running, air moving around, and your face not directly in the printer, you're gonna be fine. It's mostly shitty ABS smells. It might give you a headache, but it ain't gonna kill you.
That's the Canadian government, not the U.S., so they have stricter laws.
Yep.
Yep.
So yeah, if anyone ever freaks out about ABS and wants to talk about it, I'm well versed in what ABS will do to you. Now it will leave, and I think it was Magdalene, you were saying about I think you had the white panels. It does leave like an oily residue. It builds up after a while. That's why, for example, my printer, I don't have an enclosure fan. My printer is fully enclosed, and what I'll do is after a print ends, I'll wait the 20 minutes or so for it to come back to room temperature. It lets that all settle, and it's all contained. So some fumes won't will get out and it will smell a little bit. But that oily residue, that's the worst part. And as long as you keep your printer closed or run it through a charcoal filter, you're not going to breathe that stuff in. So just let it cool, let it settle, and then open the printer.
I never
Don't
smell
lick
mine,
the panels.
and I don't have an exhaust fan on mine.
I have the exhaust fan on mine. I was running it for a bit, and I stopped running it until probably about a month ago. I started running it like for 10 minutes after I finished a ABS print.
That's probably the best use of it, is just to purge the printer after. So at least all the particulate is, well, most of it will have settled on the panels by the time the print ends. It's constantly depositing, but at least it'll let the air cool down quicker.
For me, for the most part, like I get a little bit of fogginess on my polycarbonate panels, but most of that's been mitigated mostly with my end code.
I'll use the enclosure fan if I am printing PLA. Rarely, when I am printing ABS, the enclosure fan is off. I may revisit that in the summer if the temperature starts getting up too high, but right now the temperature is good with the fan off. And then I just turn it on in the print end to help cool the chamber, because that bed holds a lot of heat and it takes long enough to get down to 45. So that helps get back to printing faster.
Like at the end of the print is really when it matters. Like there's not a lot of fumes that are coming out of the printer prior to the end of the print. So I just use it as kind of like a fume dump.
So speaking of printing ending and whatnot, I know we all have slightly different techniques for pulling prints off the bed. What do you guys do? I mean,
I got a spatula. I just give it I got a paint scraper that has a nice clean edge on it, and I just kind of put it right at the edge, give it a little smack, and part pops off.
Yeah, I
for me pretty much.
Right up to like 50C, and then I have a little squeezy bottle with a little bit of IPA, and I kind of just put it around the edges, and it just comes right off with like no force at all.
Yeah. So
and if it's stubborn.
One thing,
yeah,
just for clarification's sake, when you say IPA, you mean isopropyl alcohol,
yes,
not India Pale Ale.
Yeah,
good.
99%.
IPA.
That'd be a good use for
IPA on your
IPA.
printer.
Yes.
Yeah. So
you know, you knew that, I knew that, most of us here talking knew that, but in case someone's listening in, whether tonight or down the road, because this will be archived and be able to be revisited, you know, I wanted to make sure they knew that. So sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
Yep. I was all on board with that, the alcohol technique, but I started realizing that the prints that I used that trick on they felt a lot weaker down at the bottom, and I'm suspicious. I haven't really investigated, but I'm suspicious that the alcohol was perhaps cooling it so quickly it was fracturing or something. But what I would find is that when I did that trick, a lot of times the bottom couple layers would become really brittle. So I'd be curious to know from anybody else with their experiences if they've noticed that.
So with ABS, you want it to cool to room temperature or whatever as a whole. You don't have to go gradually, like a simple air cool is enough. But if you cool it too quick, it can shock it and cause brittleness. With injection mold, usually there is cooling through the tool, but that's to keep it from burning the ABS. So when it comes out of the press, it's still, you know, hot enough that if you really grab onto it, you'll burn your hands, but you just kind of leave it out in the air to cool it. If you try and cool it too quick, it can induce stress in the plastic, can cause warping too.
And to clarify, I don't just use, I don't just pour the bottle onto the bed. I use this little squeezy bottle that has a very fine needle point. You can get in there and just put just a tiny bit of IPA around the edges. I mean, ever so slightly, so you're not like drenching the part in.
Yeah.
That would probably work better.
I do a similar thing with this guy with just a couple drops.
Yeah.
But
So what I use, sorry, I just pulled an entire plate off. I actually use, let me move this back over here. A simple razor blade.
Yep.
But not the cheaper ones. I use the utility blades because these are a lot stouter. You can't really bend these real easily. And
I tried that.
The corner. I try to go under a sharp corner if it's a sharp corner, or some place where there's some type of an edge I can get under. And I get it to where I just can't get the blade in anymore because these things are pretty thick compared to the other razor blades, the standard safety razor blades. And then it also works as a nice little fulcrum, and I'm usually able to pop it off.
I just use the paint scraper the sharpened paint scraper that came with my Monoprice Select V2. I just use that same thing. I just put it right at the edge of the print. Most of the time, it'll get underneath the edge. The times that it doesn't, I'll just take like my spanners or a light hammer, give it a light tap on the edge, and knock it off. For me, honestly, it's rare that my print is on the bed for more than like 2 minutes after I finish printing, because I'm just.
So do you not let it cool down to like 45?
Oh hell no! I'm not a patient person.
So actually, speaking about letting stuff cool down, I find, especially when you're doing a full plate, if you happen to be around after it's cooled off below 50 on the bed, I find my parts come off a lot easier when it's still warm. If I let it go down to whatever ambient is here, 21 degrees Celsius, it sometimes is an exercise.
My ending script keeps the bed at 45. So even if a print finishes at 3 in the morning when I'm sleeping, it'll keep the bed at 45 until I wake up, go downstairs, open the door, pop the parts off.
Same here. My print end will hold at 45.
I had a PLA print today that finished like 2 hours after I got to work, and I had my wife turn off the power switch or whatever you want to call it, just to kill the power because I don't want it to continue eating up some power. But just taking off those prints today with the bed cold was just awful. It just wanted to hang out there, whereas when my impatient ass decides to just knock them off right after the print finishes, it is not a problem at all.
So one thing I've noticed, so kind of going with first off if you spray alcohol on it and it's too hot, it does weird things. So I print a lot of ABS Plus just because it's easier to work with. I've noticed that, so if I have a hot bed, so I'm saying 80 plus, and I douse it in in rubbing alcohol, that first few layers turns into like some sort of gummy goo. There's something going on with the heat and the rubbing alcohol and that interplay there with ABS Plus and whatever the additive package they use there to cause some funkiness. So I think I can see what you're saying, David, with if you cool it too fast or you spray alcohol on it, it gets weird. So I typically run, just for the sake of paranoia, I run a little closer to the bed than perhaps I should. Not to the point I'm getting elephant's foot, but where it is difficult to pull off. So what I typically do is I run my bed at 90 to 100 C, depending on which ABS blend I'm using at the time. And so when it's time to the print to end, I will wait for it to get to below 60 C. And so when my print bed hits 60 C, then I'll consider spraying it down with rubbing alcohol. And that's what I do. I've got a giant pump sprayer, this thing, that is it's 90% isopropyl alcohol. And so my print ends and the bed hits 60-ish C, that whole thing is just getting sprayed down. Like there's a layer of IPA just sprayed on that entire bed and every part there. Because that lets me make sure if I'm doing anything that like hand oils and whatnot get dissolved. B, I use a razor blade. I use one of the heavy duty utility blades like Maglin does, Jeremiah. And that right there, that rubbing alcohol gives me a layer to float on to get under everything without notching or cutting my print surface. And then it also, as it's cooling down, it causes it to release. The differential cooling lets it release. But once again, the key is to not do it while it's hot, because what I'll do if I've got a print that I need to abort halfway through, I leave the bed screaming hot and spray it down with rubbing alcohol, and that quick cooling on the part itself warps the part to break it free. So I just sweep it all off and call it good and go again.
Yeah, that generally works really well.
I also had issues with isopropyl alcohol. I made a nozzle brush holder, and I used my spray bottle of ISO, and it literally crumbled in my hand. It's only, I think, 3 layers on the floor. I think it's 0.6 thick. So
that's kind of what I ran into. Yeah, is it just got so brittle and crumbly.
Yep.
And that was letting it cool to 45 too.
And I quit doing that, and I went back to the razor blade because I was wanting something I could heat the bed back up, spray on, because some of the parts that I printed just have massive surface area.
Yep.
Like the monolithic Z, I think, had a pretty big footprint on the bed.
All those things were huge.
Yeah, I don't think that ever made it out to the public. But
while you guys,
those things were what?
Yourself.
Like a quarter of a roll on their own.
I'm sorry, a lot of people were talking at the same time. I didn't get any of it.
I was just saying that I had the same problems with the ISO that you did. And
yeah, no, I'm sorry. I caught that. I didn't catch anybody after that.
Oh.
The monolithic V's were big.
Yes. They had a lot of surface area.
I think that those were about a quarter of a roll of filament on each one.
Here's the thing. Did anyone actually put them in a printer? I don't think anyone actually did.
Yeah, I ran a printer with that for a while.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing that. I just remember them being huge, and then we moved on to the current compact design.
They were massive with a really weird tension design that luckily we no longer use.
Part of me does miss the clicky knob.
Oh, yeah.
It was satisfying.
Cooling prints too fast. So my first purchase of eSun ABS Plus, they actually just sent me regular eSun. And the print would look beautiful through the whole print, and I'd be the impatient asshole that I always am, and take it right off the bed while it's hot. I'd sit down to start like assembling the part, whether it was it was usually tool heads, because I think we were testing like a really crappy piezo thing, and by the time I sat down and actually started assembling everything, it was all warped to fuck and just completely unusable.
Because it air cooled after you pulled it out of the chamber.
Yep. And that didn't go very well at all. The parts were still like hot to the touch when they landed on my desk, and they looked beautiful, and then all of a sudden while I was assembling everything, it didn't look beautiful anymore.
It might have been the ABS. When I was planning to print ABS on my MP Select Mini, I bought a roll of MG Chemicals ABS. It was the cheapest ABS I could find on Amazon at the time.
It's the worst. Sorry.
Why would I buy this stuff why would I waste money on something I might not use, right? So I never used it. And then I tried printing it on my V1, I believe. Or no, V2. I tried printing on the V2. I was going to print a holder for the TS100. And it printed fine. And then I went to take it off the build plate, and it literally fell apart in my hands. The layer adhesion was like nothing. So it could have been the ABS.
Yeah, and that's the thing about ABS, as I kind of mentioned earlier. ABS is it's finicky in that each blend of ABS, whether it be the color package, the additive package, or whatever, every ABS is different, and every ABS you need to tweak and tune. For PLA or PETG, you can get a set of settings that will do 98% of whatever. But for ABS, it's, hey, I need to do a tuning session for this particular brand of filament, and even potentially this particular color. For example, even with Paramount, as good as Paramount is, I have to use slightly different settings for black Paramount versus red Paramount. Or, you know, ABS Plus, and when I say different settings, I mean it's 5 degrees warmer or else it under extrudes. But, you know, with eSun ABS Plus, I have to use one set of settings, but I've got some monoprice ABS Plus Plus that is not ABS Plus, by the way, that I have not been able to get to print without warping, even though they are both eSun products, because the label on the spool is an eSun label on the monoprice stuff. So it's very much a case of everything needs to be tuned differently. And if you're willing to take the time to tune everything, you can get phenomenal results with ABS, but you have to respect that ABS has to be tuned. That's the key. And a lot of people just want plug and play. And if you want plug and play, go buy an Ultimaker and go buy their NFC chip filament and go with it, because they produce the filament, they produce the spools, they produce the machine. So yes, same is same is same is same.
And they make good parts.
That's really interesting that you say that, because for me, I've used the same profile on my ABS Plus, my Paramount, and my Atomic filament, and none of them have had any sort of issues as far as me running into over or under extrusion or layer adhesion or anything like that. The only time that I run into an issue is when I'm printing like eSun just ABS. Like eSun just ABS without the plus is just crap. And then also I buy a lot of the like $5 or $10 spools of filament that roll on to the filament deals on the 3D printer Discord. And for the most part, I'm running the same profiles. Just the ultra cheap ones, I'm running into issues where I'm not ending up with dimensionally accurate parts.
It's because you have 500 millimeters of Z, the extra gravity of the filament coming down helps it feed better. But as for plastics, you got to remember, most filament companies, in fact, I guarantee pretty much every company that you get filament from, they're not making their plastic. They're buying it bulk from another company in pellet form, and then they're just extruding it. Even Prusament, Prusa doesn't make plastic. All they do is just buy bulk pellet filament or plastic, and they extrude it. So you got to understand, a lot of these Chinese companies, how good is the QC on, are they getting the same exact blend of plastic every time they load up a 1,500-pound Gaylord of plastic into their dryers to run some filament spools? So you're going to see a lot of variation depending on where you get your plastic from.
Yeah, like Atomic, their ABS, and this was shared to me with by Volcom. Atomic's ABS is actually a bespoke blend from a Japanese production house. I can't remember who. I want to say it's not Mitsubishi and it's not Nissan. It's maybe, I can't remember. But basically, they have their own bespoke blend of ABS they are using. And then you'll see like some higher end ABS products say they are MG94 resin. So the resins and everything you use matter, which a lot of people just ABS is ABS is ABS. It's just like saying parts is parts is parts is parts. No. Along the same lines, like I had a set of bearings that were giving me issues that were supposedly a decent brand of F695s. And so I actually pulled a bad bearing and tore it down and put it side by side with a good bearing that I sacrificed and tore it down. The crap bearing had this weird gummy polymer bearing cage versus the good one had a metal bearing cage holding everything in place. And so these things matter. And ABS just happens to manifest that the most clearly in my experience so far.
My experience with ABS has been similar to Adam's, where I've just used a profile that started out as Volcoms that I just tweaked slightly for my V1, and I've printed almost exclusively Atomic ABS just because I've had really good experience with it. But I did buy. Oh, I love it. And their color choices is pretty good. Although I'm jealous of Paramount's colors. But I also did buy a roll of ASA from 3DX Tech, and I didn't change a thing. No settings whatsoever. I just measured the diameter to make sure it was close, and it was spot on. And I just chucked it in there, printed a couple things, and they turned out flawless. I didn't change a thing. And the same thing with the PLA stuff I've printed before. Is I didn't change a setting, just tweaked a few temperatures for maybe the stuff that I print. But generally, I don't change a thing, and I guess I just happen to be lucky. But I did just buy a roll of Atomic. Let me look here. It's the new MG94 ABS Pro from Atomic. So I guess we'll find out how that goes.
Yeah, I'm super curious to how that turns out.
I am too. I really am. And like I've run Atomic's PETG and love the stuff, but I have not run any of their ABS just because eSun stuff's treated me so well. But when I say I tune my stuff and like have to tweak temperatures and everything, a lot of it's 2 to 3 to 5 degrees one way or another, just because I'm very, very picky on stuff and watching how it goes down and how it responds. So since I'm so obsessive about it, I may be tuning stuff differently than someone who's, and I'm not meaning to say you guys don't have attention to detail with your parts. I'm just perhaps.
That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm the sort who has to stress over every single detail in daily life anyways. So I just kind of extend that to what I do in printing. So what I would call unacceptable, I'm sure 95% of people would wonder what in the hell I'm going on about.
Honestly, a lot of the issues that I've had with various different filaments less depends on the plastic itself, but the accuracy in which they're actually extruding and wrapping the filament onto the spool. Like it's a combination of how accurate is it to 1.75 millimeters, and also it honestly especially like right now, I'm in the middle of a huge printing project for a gift for my dad that I'm supposed to give him tomorrow, and I'm still not done. It's the quality of the spooling that they actually do to the spool itself. So how cool is it when it actually hits the spool, and then also how smooth are they spooling it? Even with the Mobius 2 extruder that can rip a piece of filament that it's trying to extrude that is under 3 different wraps of filament, like it can do it, but you're going to encounter extrusion inconsistencies that affect the actual finish. And I think that's where I personally really liked Atomic and Paramount, because the accuracy is really nice, and also their spooling is just consistently smooth.
Or the same diameter.
Yeah, same diameters, and you're not catching any slight hooks. Like there's a lot of people that will also say like, oh well, this spool was spooled tangled. No, it wasn't spooled tangled because you physically can't do that. It's there's little tiny like hooks where they slip under, like the filament bends to the side a little bit and it is under like maybe 2 or 3 wraps, but it's not tangled, it's just a shitty wrap.
So I'm gonna have to get off here. I just wanted to go back with Tim. As you might have noticed, there's not a whole lot that we really want to see get put in to the Voron. Kind of going back to the original discussion, what we would like to see, camera mounts. that's pretty much the synopsis right now.
So, yeah, dude.
I'm gonna say
Be
goodbye,
safe, dude. Good night. We'll talk soon.
Yeah,
Have
Merry
a good
Christmas,
one.
everybody. That might be still watching. It has been a little while. It's been a pleasure getting to chat with all you guys. Finally, and
Yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Let's do this again.
yeah, we should
Can't
write
really
this
need it
thing.
again.
Y'all have a good one.
Night, dude.
Night.
So, you know, we kind of segued back into, so what would you add? What would you change? What do you want in this design? Is there anything else that you really feel like is calling out to you? Do you need a chimera mount? Do you need a multi-material system? Do you need a Kraken? Do you need, you know, a maglev system so the gantry is hovering? Or do you need it like the Voron drone where it's, you know, a quadcopter as well as a drone? I mean, what do you guys really see as anything that may be lacking that you would want for your needs?
Well, I guess I can just talk to a couple of the mods that I've done myself. None of them are big things, but one of them is putting a filament detector on there, just like you did. So filament detector to me is very valuable. The other thing that I've done is I've put a couple extra thermistors in there. So I have a thermistor in the enclosure up at the top near the vent, and that's been really valuable for monitoring preheat. So I can make sure that it's at a consistent temperature before I start a print, and that seems to really have helped with the first layer offset issues. So having a thermistor mount for an enclosure thermistor, I think would be a valuable minor mod. Yeah, I guess those are really sort of the two off the books, not off the books, off of the two little pieces of custom work that I've done on it that I would recommend for other people as well.
For me, the biggest thing is dropping the Z offset switch and just having the switch built into the carriage itself. Myself, I have not had a Z offset switch since February of this year. What the fuck, Siri? Seriously? Sorry, Siri was triggering off of this year. So that's a really big one for me, is just dropping the whole Z offset switch. I think that it's really cool, but I feel like there's better solutions that are out there, and I know that like there have been some that we've tested. Like earlier, I was mentioning like a piezo type thing, and
is there a reason you're not using the Z off switch, either the FSR or the Omron?
The Omron was just a giant pain in the ass for me to actually get attached to the extrusion, to where it was accurate enough to where even if I switched between my my Volcano setup to just a V6 setup, I was running into roughly the same first layers either way. So for me, it was inconsequential, because I'm not switching between like nozzles between the two. It's just either one's a Volcano or the other is a V6. Outside of that, I mean, I don't have a lot of complaints.
Yeah, when you spend, months trying to help out with the design of a printer that does everything you want it to do, and then they ask you, what else do you want to do? There's kind of already done it.
I mean, it'd be super nice to have PVA that I could drop in as a support material, but ultimately, when we look at the multi-material solutions that are out there, they all kind of suck. And they all kind of don't work very well for Voron. Like, sure, we could totally wrap in a multi-material V2 from Prusa, but I've got 700 millimeters of Bowden tube to deal with. That's a lot of print time.
The ideal solution would be a single nozzle dual feed, somehow switching internally with like a valve gate pin or something, because that's how we do it with plastic injection molds. We have a valve gate pin that instantly turns on and off flow, but you add two nozzles and you're one of them's going to drag, or there's going to be ooze, or you're retracting up 700 millimeters of Bowden. I would love to have a separate nozzle for just filament. Like, I don't want to mix colors. I don't print benchies so I can post on R3D printing for upvotes, but I would just like support. But there's no good solution. They all have downsides.
Well, even PVA itself is just a nightmare to print. Like, realistically speaking, when we're talking about PVA, you can't just easily extrude it through the same profile that you're running your PLA through. Like, that's just not practical. And
it's hygroscopic as hell.
Yeah. And I live in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm in the wet season of the year right now.
Yeah. And by the way, I do think it's funny, Taylor, that you mentioned that you don't print benchies to go on R3D printing, but yet the whole EV stunt.
That wasn't a benchy, though, was it?
I mean, it wasn't a benchy, and it was in ABS. So, I mean, you have to admit that it is kind of cool that everyone's like trying to stunt with these PLA cherry picked things, and we load up our default like, hey, I got to speed run this shit because I need to get a set of PIF parts out on Friday. So I'm going to load up a bench or an EV statue and just have at it. And it's like, holy hell, this is better than whatever's doing at 10 millimeters a second.
Yep. Sometimes you just got to flex, man. Sometimes you got to flex.
Or if you look at the Thanos model, when that one first came out, the creator, that was a 24-hour print for them. For me, it was a 12-hour print.
Yeah. And that's part of, I think, what the magic, and I'm going to use that term loosely because I don't have a better word for it right now, of this whole design. What was that?
Insert the Giphy of magic with the guy with the long curly hair.
With Shia LaBeouf going magic. But anyways, that's part of what this is that it's not just that you can print well, you can print well friggin' fast. Like, you can get your blaze on with this stuff. I mean, I don't know of many other printers that, hey, I'm running 100 millimeter second infill and not even blinking an eye. And that, by the way, that infill's gyroid. And I'm looking at my Douai, my DWC, and it's actually a true 100 millimeters a second. Not, hey, I'm going to tell you it's 100 millimeters a second, but actually because you're jerking Excel, I'm really running 50.
Yeah. Actually, that kind of did remind me of another wish item that I do actually have for V2, and that is adequate cooling to where I can run a volcano for speed and still adequately cool the part. Because I've done the like 280 millimeter per second 0.6 nozzle prints that end up looking roughly like shit, but they succeed. But it would be really nice
280
for.
millimeters a second.
Yeah, what's your layer height on that? That sounds volumetric too high.
I was, I think 0.4.
So, were you running the newer ducts? Because I know we've. One of the things that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, they were the newer ones, or a prior iteration of those. Not the exact same ones, but
the problem is we're reaching the material limits of plastic. You can only heat up and cool down plastic so quick. I know I did that little Charmander at 150 millimeters a second at 0.2 layer height, but bump it to 0.3 and it goes to shit. We are at the absolute limit of how fast you can melt and cool plastic. Even if you had better cooling, I don't think it would turn out much better because you're heating it up so quickly. You're taking something from room temperature to melting it to room temperature again quicker. And E3D, I'm going to go on a tangent about the super volcano.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay. If you want to print something in vase mode really fast, it'll be perfect for you. However, the problem with 3D printing, your filament is your control. Okay. So I've seen people talk about preheating or, hot ends that use 2 heaters back to back. The faster you melt the plastic, the less control you have over it. So yes, you may be able to, melt it and just as fast as you can shove it through the hot end, it'll come out. But when you go to retract it, you have nothing. If you preheat the filament, what's controlling it? You're pushing a wet noodle now at this point. So the super volcano is going to be it's useless. Even a normal volcano, you have to spend quite a bit of time tuning to get it decent. I run a V6, but I also run, a few guys have seen my setup. I'm running a 50-watt heater cartridge at 24 volts. I'm using an Ampco heater block, which it's a material we use in mold making for wear plates, but it's an aluminum brass or aluminum copper, I believe, alloy. So it's like 3 times as dense as aluminum. So it sucks the heat and it holds it. And as that plastic's coming out, it can't pull the heat out of the metal. So I can extrude quicker at a consistent temperature. And even then I can push the limits of the block easily with this machine. You can only go so fast. And we're near that point. I would love to see what Prusa is going to do with a Mark IV, because there's really so much more you can get out of a 3D printer. We're kind of plateauing here at this point.
Mark IV is going to be the SLA.
No, that's a separate line.
They're okay. Fine.
Yeah, the SLA is its own thing.
But I mean, like you said, thermal dynamics is a thing. It's a real boundary that you just can't fully escape.
Yep. So right now we can, the advantage with Voron, we can get up to the speeds and slow down from the speeds quicker. We can have stupid fast travel for, between printing points. We're basically doing everything we can to save time where we can. Essentially, it speeds up quicker, it slows down quicker, it travels quicker. All that adds up to saving quite a bit of time in your print speed, especially when you're doing, a massive plate of small parts. And it's accurate, but it's incremental. You're probably not going to see another big jump. The hypothetical V3 would not be as big of a jump as the V1 to the V2 in terms of performance. It's also incremental at this point.
Like you're talking about a point of the accuracy of the print. That's actually a really huge thing, because when we're talking about the aesthetic models that are just a model of a character from a video game or whatever, most of those are designed at least the good ones off of my manufactory, are designed in multiple pieces. Well, those multiple pieces need to fit together, and you're not going to get those pieces to fit together if you're just ripping through and not properly taking care of the material.
Yep. And then another thing for quality too, the good thing with the V2, you can get quality fast. Like to this day, the best benchy I've ever actually printed was on my Monoprice Select Mini in PETG. And I spent weeks tuning that thing to print PETG good. And it took 2.5 hours, I believe, to print it. So any printer can print a good benchy. Any printer can print a good model as long as you take the time to tune it properly. It's you know, the belts are actually kind of straight and it's not you know, completely junk. You can get a good print out of any printer. The difference is though, we can do a good print in a third the time.
Yeah.
So when somebody says, "Oh, look how good my, you know, the Ender 3 is fine because look how good, you know, my benchy is or this model I made." The Creality builds printers as cheap as they can. You're using aluminum extrusion and plastic wheels as your motion. So
they're not
they're cutting.
all in the business of like actually making a cutting edge machine. They're in the business of making a machine that nets them a rate of return for their dollar.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you know, oh, a V2 is $1,000. I could buy 3 Enders for that, and I'll have more printer. It's like, not really.
I mean, you'll
have more printers.
Like what, 5 of them for the price of a V2? Sure. Like if you're looking for mostly adequate prints that exceed the volume of a V2, sure, that could be a worthwhile investment for you. But like for me, I'm looking for the actual experience of the machine and the end quality.
Yep. If you get into 3D printing and you expect to just build the printer, load a file, and hit print and never have to actually work on your printer, I'm sorry, but you know, messing around with your printer is half the hobby.
Absolutely. It's a fiddly hobby, and that's usually how I describe it to people. And that's usually why I steer people from a Voron to a different printer, honestly, because it's a fiddly hobby. Like, you need to figure out if that is actually the hobby for you.
Yeah, I usually describe it to people as 3D printers right now are still like, it's a tool. It's like having a drill press in your garage. It's not something that you just buy for somebody and then you click a button and everything just works. It's not at the, you know, inkjet photo printer that you know, plug into your computer and print until it runs out of ink and throw it away.
I mean, low letter, what?
I mean, honestly, we're sitting back in like the 80s or 90s in this tech, partially because of some patents and that kind of thing. And also, honestly, additive manufacturing is not going to replace the standard tried and true injection molding methods and that sort of thing. Like, sure, the Volkswagen Group dropped a video recently where they had a titanium print on a brake assembly. Sorry for my terrible terms for it, but
brake caliper.
Yeah, that. Like, yeah, you can do that, but we're talking the affordable consumer level product versus the multi-thousand to potentially even multi-million-dollar machines that can do something like that.
Yep, I work in the industry. 3D printing is nowhere near any point where it'll be in any car, for example. It doesn't scale. That's the problem. Your front bumper, your what everyone calls their bumper isn't their bumper. It's a front fascia. Your bumper's behind the fascia, the plastic part. That thing weighs 5, 10, 12, 15 pounds of plastic. Okay, it's several kilos of plastic. You have a 90,000 pound injection mold that pumps out one of those every 75 seconds. And when it comes off, the runners get trimmed off and it goes to the paint booth and it's ready to put on your car. A 3D printer never going to be at that point.
Oh no.
Not for full scale manufacturing, but
prototypes.
Auto manufacturers do use 3D printing quite extensively, but only in development, testing and fitment, things like that. We use 3D printed parts at my work all the time. We use 3D printed intake manifolds, oil pans on running products, but we also use say a 3D printed turbo. Right, yeah, it's used for testing and developing and fitment and things like that. And it works really well for that. It's a fantastic thing for that, but for economies of scale, 3D printing makes no sense whatsoever.
It's super cost effective as far as when you look at it from a time spent for a testing part, because instead of roughing up a part in another method of manufacturing and then actually, like, say, just injection molding it, like an injection mold, like from a super basic standpoint, you're looking at about, I want to say last I read was about 10 grand for the minimum.
Oh, way more than that. Way more than that. Looking at like 100 or 50K. So
your front fascia, that bumper mold is going to run you about $1 million. Your grill is probably about $250,000.
Yeah,
for a good one.
So
now you got to remember, most like automotive trim for most cars, those molds are built in North America because China can't do quality mold. But like stuff like your buttons and whatnot, yeah, it might be a China mold, but you're still looking at 100,000, 200,000 for, you know, a decently sized mold. Yeah.
So
now I will say though,
a buddy of mine does metal injection molding for belt buckles, and the metal injection mold for something as simple as a belt buckle cost him $50,000. So
that's a simple one.
Yeah, and that's a very simple one. So
now I will say though, SLS, is it SLS? The sintered
laser sintering?
Yeah. Metal 3D printing.
Yep.
That we do use.
Or TMLS.
Our shop is currently looking into getting a machine, and we have used it, parts made by another company for example, inserts or lifters in injection molds where you have a tiny piece of metal that needs to be cooled. You can't really drill a bunch of water lines in it to get water properly flowing through it because the way it's designed, you can't have, it just doesn't work. We've used printed parts out of metal that have like a spiral water system flowing up through it. It works really well. The only problem with printed metal, you are basically machining a blob of weld, because when it comes out of the machine, the surface finish is nowhere near usable. There's the potential for holes. It's not as, you know, solid as a solid block of steel, P20 or H13 or whatever. And it does have to be machined. And when you go to machine it, it is a solid block of weld, which if anyone here has machined weld before, it's not fun.
Nope. No.
Yeah, you do it a lot. So
points everywhere and everything.
So at my work, we make, you know, consumer and, you know, industrial electronic equipment for payments, and we go through so many iterations of you know, versions, step versions of a product. Customers request new features, we kind of add them, and we kind of integrated them all together. So old motherboards need to fit in new enclosures, and new enclosures need to fit old motherboards, and all this reverse compatibility. And when we're iterating, we can't just have the tool manufacturer for these injection tools to just, you know, update it, right? Because if you're removing metal or removing, you know, plastic, some of those molds will have to be, you know, welded and ground down to size as I'm sure Uber knows. So we use 3D like literally like nonstop. So if we need to move a hole over 2 inches, right? You can't just do that on a tool. You'd have to fill it in and re-drill it on the injection.
Yep, you'd be welding, remachining, respotting. You're looking at several days. You'd have to ship the tool back to the shop that built the tool, because most shops that run tools don't build tools. They're separate facilities. It's 3D printing for prototyping makes perfect sense, but production and
Yeah, I agree.
no, I will say, what was I going to say? I forgot.
So actually, speaking of my buddy who does, metal injection molding for belt buckles. So he got basically pulled over the coals by the people who were doing his belt buckles, because metal or injection molds, and Taylor can speak to this better than I can. The mold for one person isn't going to work if you take that same mold to another shop and say, hey, I want to do it here, especially with metal stuff. So he's raked over the coals because the people who have his mold and built his mold and are running his buckles basically jerk him around. They're like, yeah, we're going to get you your buckles in a month. Well, we wanted to go on vacation, so now it's 2 months or whatever. So he was looking at doing something else. And so there was a shop that said, hey, we can do nylon SLS for your buckles and do it as a production item. And, this shop had the latest and greatest HP multi-jet stuff that's supposed to be pretty awesome. But A, they could never get it dimensionally correct for something as simple as a belt buckle. And B, I mean, they were still, for nylon, wanting $9 or $10 a buckle when he was paying $10 a buckle in metal. So
they can barely keep their pants up.
And go ahead.
It doesn't scale.
It doesn't.
And MIM, the reason it depends a lot on your machine in terms of compatibility. Like for most of our clientele are big three. They're automotive. They're Toyota, Ford, Chrysler, Tesla, whatever. So the plant it's going to is the plant it's going to run at. When you design a tool, though, you have to basically design it for the press it's running it. Because of different sizes and whatnot, you build a tool, it might not fit in another press. It might be too big. It might be too small. So that's usually how it works. I'm assuming MIM is the same. We don't do MIM. We do all injection molding with a little bit of hydroform dies. But I'm assuming it's roughly the same where, they probably built the tool so it only runs in their machine. So unless your location has the exact same machine, you're not running their tool.
Yeah. And then with metals, it's just like plastics. Different metal blends do different things. So, if you're running an MG94 ABS versus an ABS Plus, you've got different flow rates, as you well know. It's the same thing with, well, hey, I've got 319 SS stainless. Well, did you get it from vendor A or vendor B? Because we have different cooling rates.
Yep.
So
even you look at the recommended bed materials just for a Voron, like there's ATP 5 and then there's Mix 6, and they're different blends, but they accomplish roughly the same thing.
They are within spitting distance of each other.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that, and it comes back to why we get so wrapped around the axle, and it seems like we're so obsessive about things because we are. Because words matter, specifications matter, and good enough is not. And I think we can all agree with that. Yes, most of us will use TriangleLabs parts and everything because they are as good as, if not better than, the root E3D product, but just as good as is a very narrow definition that most people don't get.
Well,
in my
especially when
opinion.
we're talking about like 3D printed parts, like you look at the actual statistics when it comes to PLA versus PETG versus ABS, they all roughly fall into roughly the same range as far as from a broad view the material. But
Put it this
in
way,
practical use, it's very different.
how many parts on your car are made out of corn plastic or old water bottles?
I'm assuming not many.
None. It's all ABS, polypros, TPUs. Although I will say, if anyone here thinks ABS smells, stand next to a press running glass-filled polypropylene. You will hate life.
Well,
Better
a lot of
use
cars
than
are,
my friend.
a lot of them are ASA now, though, right? For grills, bumpers,
Nobody
and
really
caps.
calls it ASA. ASA is kind of it's still ABS with additives.
Yeah. Okay.
So like if I look at the the giant 1,500-pound Gaylord of plastic, it still says ABS. It'll be ABS blend XXX from this manufacturer. It'll say Polypro. It'll say TPO. One
So
fun
ASA
plastic.
is more of like a 3D printing thing.
It's ASA is kind of the name still, but it's all ASA is ABS formulated to resist UV damage.
Yeah.
So it's still ABS. I will say I wish you probably never see it in 3D printing land, but I did get to play around with flexible PVC. That stuff's fun. A lot of gaskets now, like your trim around windows and whatnot, that's flexible PVC. So that stuff's cool, but I don't think you'll ever see it in filament form.
Honestly, I hope we don't, because then we'll have to deal with people that are like, oh, I want to print flexible PVC.
Yeah, polyvinyl chloride.
Yeah.
Chlorine off gassing. Yeah,
Yep.
Don't get a deep whiff of that.
Yeah, that stuff stinks too.
Sounds like a good Sunday morning to me.
Since we're on the topic of filament, I actually just kicked off a print with that MG94 filament, so we'll see how it turns out in about 10 hours.
Well, nothing personal, dude. I'm not planning on staying on this stream for another 10
I
hours.
I know.
So you can report back.
Oh, I totally. No, you guys gotta stay. Gotta stay.
Yeah. We've got to stay. You've got to kiss my white ass. How about that?
I'm long enough to meet the Germans.
Right.
Is it done yet?
Yeah, where's Norkel? Norkel.
Next time we kick this off, I'm going to try and get Ampex and Norkel and Immutef in on this joint.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we at least got one Canadian in. I would love to get Folk in on this.
Oh, two. There's
Well, no,
two.
What?
I apologize. Taylor,
He's French.
like, listening to you talk, I don't think Canadian. I apologize.
It's a boot
I
time.
live south of Detroit.
Andre doesn't sound Asian enough.
Andre honestly
This isn't me.
sounds kind of German to me.
I'm a
Which
just
makes me feel shameful, because a lot of my my own heritage is German.
get good.
I mean, look, I'm German and English, so
German and
yeah.
Dutch.
I'm full-bred Mexican.
You don't sound like Mexican at all.
I know. I was born and lived in the U.S. my whole life, but I mean, without hablar español también.
Me llamo André. Soy
llamas
de
André?
Canada.
Oh,
Do me and Audrey have to start speaking French?
Oh yeah, let's do
Je
this.
parle un petit peu de français, mais pas beaucoup,
Pamplemousse.
juste un petit peu.
Pamplemousse.
Pamplemousse, bibliothèque. Comment ça va?
biblioteca.
Hon baguette.
Hey, y'all, hold my beer and watch this.
That's true Alabama right there.
Einem Führer auf einem Frau.
What?
Damn, Skippy boy.
Danke. Nice doing.
I mean, I can channel my inner redneck if you want me to.
Okay. Oh man, it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
I know, dude. Like, I started this shit. This has been going for
A while.
long time, and we've had like, between 15 and 30 people watching this the whole time we've been going. So, I mean, I know you all.
To 30 people.
Well, I mean, look, it's not inconsequential that a lot of people are watching this. So, I really want to say thank you to you guys for taking your time out of your Friday night, especially the Friday before friggin' Christmas, to sit around and bullshit about 3D printing and everything, especially for a random, just one-off 3D printer design that we all care about. But before we go, do you guys have anything that you guys want to plug, whether it be your own projects, project you care about? What do you have that you want to leave people with as we close out the night?
It's my birthday Sunday.
Well, happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday, dude. I didn't know that. And happy birthday, as I said.
Bonne fête à toi. Bonne fête.
Why is your French so good? Like, you don't have an accent at all.
I went to French school till grade
that's
4
why.
or 5.
I would say
I've forgotten most of it, but
like
It's funny because I feel like I'm hearing a French accent in your English.
Me? Definitely.
Yeah. Why is your English so good?
I got English course, advanced English course when I was like, I don't know, 10. Gotta thanks my mom all day for that shit.
So actually, this is the perfect time for a joke that I will kind of use to close myself out with. So, what do you call a person who speaks three languages?
Trilingual?
Trilingual. You're right. So, what do you call a person who speaks 2 languages?
Bilingual?
Okay. So, what do you call a person who speaks 1 language?
American?
American. Yes. Thank you.
Hey.
all right, last joke.
You shove it.
Hey, all right. Look, if I was any more southern, I'd be standing knee deep in the Gulf of Mexico right now, all right?
I know.
I hear banjos already, so.
Hey, you've been to my neck of the woods. You know.
I've been down to Coleman, Alabama, so yes, I know. Good barbecue.
Yep. So, as I said, let's kind of wrap this up. Do you have anything you guys want to, pimp or, plug, or just you want to get off of here and go drink your sorrows away?
I mean, that sounds like my life.
I mean, I'm not arguing, but I want to make sure you guys have a chance to speak.
One thing I'll say is if you're building a Voron, just build a stock build. Don't try to mod stuff. Just build it first and get it running. And I think anything that you want to add to it later, I think you'll see that you'll no longer want that. So just build the stock thing and just get on with it and see how you like it first. Because I feel like, I don't know, it's the majority of people come in and they want to make the Voron their own, which is fine, but they almost look past all the work that has been done to get it to where it is now. So just build the stock thing, and you will not regret it.
And take your time. Don't rush it. If you have any questions, pop on the Discord. Plenty of people will help you. So don't get stuck on something and get frustrated. If you got any questions about the build, people will help you. We've all built these machines, so we know how they work.
Preach, brother, preach.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out and chatting. This is fun.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We need to do this again. We really
Not
do.
as long.
Not a marathon session like this. Although they may turn into this, just depending on how we tend to BS. But guys, I really want to thank you all for jumping in on this. I hope that the people watching at home were able to learn something from this. And if you have questions, comments, concerns, whatever, leave them in the comments here, or better, honestly, jump on the Discord, talk to us. We're not some sort of mystery ivory tower bullshit intellectuals. We're real people just like you, and we really want to see you succeed. So with that, guys, everyone, thank you and have a wonderful night.
All right.
Good night.